Hello everyone, this is Trimuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in OmOneko. Yeah, when we last off, what did happen when we last left off? I feel like we didn't get very far. I got so caught up in, uh, in tangents that were only barely connected to the actual game. Yeah, we last. Hey, Narcyclone's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Um, and Dev is here as well, so welcome to the stream. Oh no, Nico. I mean, yeah. It's- should I be addressing you as Dev or Crazy Kaylee? Does it matter? I mean, I only know you as Dev because you're the club meetings Dev. But and Maddie's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hey, it's my bedtime, so not sure how long I'll be on. Fair enough. Hey, whatever time you're able to stay on, it's all good. Anyway, let's reload the game. We just had a barbecue when we were eating rats, and what was the last thing that happened? Oh yeah, and Shimi led Protag to her home in her little feral wilderness, and where she was seemingly looking for something but unable to find it, whatever it was, but unable to communicate what it was she was looking for. We'll see. We'll see what goes on with that. Instantly, there's an ad break coming up in 4 minutes, as Twitch likes to do. I'll pause the game when it comes on, but let's see if we can get through before that. Like that scene, yeah. Between Protag and Shimi, yeah. It's the interactions between Protag and Shimi are very interesting. Like, even though she doesn't have any spoken lines, like she has a definite, I don't know, personality to her. Anyway, moving right along. Claudia waters the houseplants and looking slightly distracted, Shimi follows her around. For the life of me, I cannot fathom what I could have done that would have made her act like this, but I'll give Shimi her space. That does seem to be my default with her. The muscles on my thighs and calves complain ceaselessly from last night's adventure. I spent a good amount of time treating scratches and bug bites that I wasn't even aware I had till this morning. I am pathetically out of shape. Yep. Need more bounce. Pepper, holding her new ball, emphasizes her snide comment by poking me in the belly. That's not nice. Nice, schmice, need move, head to toe, let's go. She grasps my wrist and drags me out into the backyard. I stumble out behind her on legs made of cracked plaster. You bounce ball. I know how to play. Hush. You bounce ball, ball bounce up. You bounce hard, bounce soft. Pepper shrugs. Ball still bounce up. Pepper smirks, prancing her way across the yard to her spot for bounce. Why do I have the feeling that I'm getting the Nico version of some life lesson here? I wait for Pepper to finish, just happy that my legs haven't collapsed under me yet. Pepper catch ball. Pepper throw ball. Ball fly. Pepper throw hard. Throw soft. Ball still fly. Yep, we're lucky to have reliable physics. I guess she's saying it's having it done at all is better than, I mean, I don't know. Is it some sort of lesson about perfectionism, perhaps? Like, better to have it done and imperfect than not done at all, kind of deal? I don't know. Anyway, moving right along. Oh, a minute and a half till I break. Pepper's scrunch of an expression changes to a roll of her eyes in disappointment at my sarcasm. She tosses me her ball. All right, ball. Pepper sure talked you up. Let's see if you can live up to the hype. No pressure. After satisfying Pepper with a game of bounce, where the ball did, in fact, do a bang-up bouncing and flying, Pepper showers. After she finishes, I take one too. Shimi is still practically fused to Claudia with how close she is following her around. She watches everything Claudia does with an intensely confused curiosity. Hearing Claudia running the bath, I head out the door. I only have a few small bills in my pocket, plenty for a candy bar, or at least enough to justify walking to the store on sore legs. But the truth is, I need my own space for a bit, distraction to clear my head. I finally made myself charge my phone. It sits uncomfortably in my pocket as I force my still noodle-like legs to move in a way that almost resembles walking. My legs, of course, disagree with this plan. sending sharp aches through my shins and up my hamstrings with each step. 30 seconds to ad break. An unlikely ally, Lind, might help, or be a decent diversion. Want to hear a joke? Why did Nico cross the road? It didn't. It got hit by a truck. Yikes. This is Veronica's boyfriend? I thought she was fond of Nico's. Why would she be with someone who's has this kind of humor? Okay, anyway. Lynn's help isn't helpful. Oh, come on, laugh. That's gold. I actually saw one get hit not too long ago. Whammo! Totally wrecked his car. It only took a moment of Lynn's company for me to lose desire for the candy bar or anything else. I'm saved by the surprising jolt of my phone. Oh, hey, I gotta take a see you around. And I'm gonna leave you in suspense about what the phone call is because the ad break is imminent, so I'm just gonna get a jump start on that. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Linda's something like quite the scholar. Spriteless lol, yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, I mean, like seriously, like what is this joke? Like what is the humor value of this? Like, like Nikos are supposed to be like stand-ins for feral cats. If someone, can you imagine someone telling this joke about a cat being run over, and expecting people to laugh at it? Like, what the hell? like, what kind of like that's like serial killer behavior, you know? They say that one of the three determinants, like, well, that most likely indicate that someone's going to turn out to be a serial killer. It was fire lighting, cruelty to animals, and curiously enough, bedwetting. But yeah, cruelty to animals. It's like, I mean, setting aside the whole fact that the Nikos are apparently, have some level of intelligence above animals, and therefore, whatever. I'm just gonna move on. Anyway. Oh hey, I gotta take it. See you around. My eyes slowly adjust to the sun's glare. Ah, frig. Turns out maybe you don't actually have to take this. Mia. A morbid curiosity prods me to read her text, but experience has taught me it's a bad idea. She'll never forgive me for choosing Claudia over her. It was never a choice. She knew that. Oh hey, we're back to that theme of choice again. And so what? This is Mia brand crazy in a party-sized can. She is vengeful, vindictive, and not very nice to people that make her mad. For several moments I do nothing. Then, realizing that without even reading her text, I've let her get into my head, I clench my teeth and read what she wrote. I need my flower earrings. I'm on my way over. Panic. Shit, she can't come over. Pepper and Claudia and Shimi in the tub. What the hell am I going to do? Can I try and hide everyone at Veronica's? Is Veronica even home? What day is this? I haven't seen any flower earrings. Where would they even be? She kept all her jewelry in the dresser with Dad's watch, but she took all her stuff when she left. Other than that shirt Shimi wears, Mia took everything. It all fit in 2 bags. The 2-bag thing again. Wait a minute. I've already convinced my lungs and weary legs that we need to sprint all the way home right now, but instead I become very still. Mia doesn't have flower earrings. She's never worn anything with flowers. Mia would never just come by. She would make me bring them to her somewhere inconvenient. What a total asshole. She sent this message knowing that whatever it was I get worked up over it. She could have said she was coming to get the Jabberwocky, and if I was home right now, I'd be frantically cleaning and tearing the house apart looking for it, acting like I had done something wrong, even though I haven't, all to appease Mia. 'Twas brillig in the slyly toes, a gyre and gimble in the wave, while mimsy were the burgroves and the moonrats outcrave. That's the first line of Jabberwocky. I'm fond of that poem by Lewis Carroll. I memorized it ages ago. He's really hung up on that. Yeah, no kidding. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jubjub bird, and shun the frumious Bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome foe he sought, so rested he by a tum-tum tree and stood a while in thought. And as an uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tulgey wood and burbled as it came. One, two, and through, the vorpal blade went snicker-snack, he left it dead, and with its head he went glumping back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, thy beavish boy. Oh, proudest day, callooh, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig in the slyly toes, a gyre and gimble in the wave, while mimsy were the burrows and the moonrats outcrave. And scene. There you go. That was Jabberwocky. Not sure why there's a Jabberwocky reference here. Anyway, moving on. There's something else I was going to say. This scene of Mia sending a text and potentially just randomly show up. I'm reminded very strongly of my first girlfriend. I mean, we lived together for a while, and you know, when we broke up, she moved out, and there was one time she did show up to pick up some of her stuff, and it was when I had some of my school friends over for like post-exam celebration kind of thing, and it was And I was in the massage therapy program at the time. It was a class of mostly girls, and we were just friends, but it was still like it was an awkward scene. My ex-girlfriend showing up in the middle of like she called ahead to say she was coming, but I didn't get the message until so like just before she got there, and like I was very inebriated in the company of three young women, and we were doing a puzzle at the time, like a jigsaw puzzle. It was like it was all perfectly innocent, but it was all I don't know. It was a weird moment. Like it was weirdly guilt-ridden. I don't know. Maybe that's just my own my own insecurities, I guess. But I don't know. I'm just getting flashbacks to this from this the same thing. Like, it's like three Nikos instead of three colleagues. Very nice well done. Thank you. Anyway, moving right along. Wound up even tighter now than before I came out. My cheeks flushed red and the heat surges inside me. I let my anger text her a heated reply. Uh-oh. Don't. It's what she wants. You'll reply, she'll ghost you, and you'll dwell on this all day and waiting for her to respond. Man, again, the way he talks about Mia, like, again, it's the way that all their interactions make it sound like she's just their whole relationship was just really toxic. Anyway, punching the power button, I turn off and pocket my phone. My achy steps propel me with renewed purpose, creating distance from Mia, Lind, and all the frustrations that twist my insides into tight knots. I rest my aching legs on the metal park bench with its chipped paint and rusted welds. A short distance away, a small girl plays hopscotch while her mother reads reads her book. Further on, a quiet couple picnic on a blanket. Rolling before me, the park's lush green meadow with its scattered clumps of old-growth oak and weeping willow have no care for Mia's harassment or Shimi's standoffishness. Yeah, Mia still has a key, right? Like she's probably just. I mean, if she is on her way there, she's just gonna let herself in, presumably. Oh well. Anyway, the placid vista, like the company of an old friend, is welcoming and allows me to relax. A warm breeze dilutes my frustrations as my breathing begins to settle. This is better. The picnicking couple seems oblivious to everything except each other. Yes, she does, yeah. What's it like having a normal relationship? My dysfunctional time with Mia sure wasn't one. Now that it's over, I can see that. And this relationship with Shimi didn't cross the road, it got hit by a truck. Can't even remember when I stopped calling Shimi it and started calling her she. Well, hey, I drew attention to that specifically. We went back and forth for a while. Anyway, if I hadn't been walking home from the restaurant with Goro, if I hadn't come upon Shimi in my bushes, startling her, all that we've been through, and now she's acting like she lost her most important can of crushed tomatoes. What is it you need, Shimi? I know it was your turn to be a creepy guy in the park mumbling at the grass. Oh, hey, I remember her. That's the waitress from the restaurant. Oh, hey. The waitress strides over and sits on the bench. This girl is oddly comfortable with me, even though we hardly know each other. I'll admit that I'm a little taken aback by her confidence. I think I admire it too. Isn't this like his second time ever meeting her? Anyway, a long time no see. That's true, it's been a while. I realize I've no idea how long it's been. She smiles deviously. You aren't avoiding the restaurant, are you? I know the food we serve is good, and the service is excellent. No, the food is great. Her teasing pout makes me add, and the service even better. It's just as easygoing as she is. I'm not sure how much of my weird personal life I want to share. Maybe it's the calm beauty of the park. This is embarrassing, but I had a big expense come up, and I'm kind of broke at the moment. It's a humiliating admission, but she dismisses it with a wave of her hand, a gesture that only someone who's been there could produce. Huh, yeah. They say money is the root of all evil. Personally, I think tequila is the root of all evil. It's also tastier. Lady Truffles? Wow, is it that obvious? I'm pretty good at reading people. Besides, what else would it be? I smile. I guess Shimi counts as Lady Troubles. I thought... You'd think he'd bring up Mia before... It's just his mind gravitated to Shimi before Mia. Anyway, I guess Shimi counts as Lady Troubles. She pulls out a small makeup compact and checks her hair in his mirror. I've learned that there are two kinds of problems in life. The kind you can solve and the kind you can't. There's no use worrying about things you can't solve because you can't solve them, and there's no use worrying about things you can solve because you can just solve them. This a more verbose rewording of the Serenity Prayer. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I can't change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Anyway. Closing the compact, she shrugs. All I have to do is figure out which kind of problems you have. Ah, there you see, the wisdom to know the difference. That is really good advice. So what kind of problems do I have? Where to start? Well, I gotta go. It's good seeing you. I think this was the distraction I needed. The waitress turns to look over at the couple picnicking, then nods and heads off in the direction of the restaurant. Was it a couple of weeks since I was at the restaurant? Longer? A month? Yeah, there is a running theme in this of Protag losing track of time. Sorry, yes, she does. Shoot, I'm not even sure which part that was replying to. I was sitting in the chat waiting for the stream to start, but had to refresh to actually see it. Oh, I've been... Really? Weird. I've been going for the last 22 minutes. Only figured out from stream chat that it was in progress. Oh, okay. Whoops, you missed all my comments directed to you then. Well, welcome to the stream, though. Me and the house keys. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, sorry. I was gonna ask, like, did I address you? Should I address you as Dev as I've been doing, or Kaylee, or Crazy Kaylee, or what? Like, is there a preference there? I'm used to calling you Dev because I know you obviously club meetings, Dev. Anyway, moving right along. The last time I was at the restaurant was when I had dinner with Goro. That was the night Shimi came to us. It's strange. For the life of me, I have no idea how much time has passed since then. And it just doesn't seem all that important. I lean back, enjoying the sun on my face and the sounds of a happy couple picnicking and a little girl playing hopscotch. Quickly, I become lost in the chirps and whistles of a small flock of birds alighting into nearby trees. The depths of the sounds are layered in a way I've never noticed before, intense, like I was inside of one of Claudia's nature shows, and every sound around me was independently measurable. Deeper still, each voice, every chirp and lyrical squawk has weight. Sharp flits of wings, the rolling rustle of leaves, the slight nuance of raucous bird song by several voices at once, all vivid, colorful. Shimi. Somehow she fits into it too. Yeah, what's with all the crow imagery which keeps showing up in this thing? Anyway. The waitress holds a to-go bag from a restaurant. I feel like it's only been a minute since I closed my eyes, but clearly more time than that has passed. She hands me the bag before I can register that she's back or where the time went. What's this? Fire truck? Her response drips with Goro-level sarcasm. The weight of the to-go bag, her present to me, makes me happier than it probably should. I grin back. Kind of small for a fire truck. It's not small, it's fun-sized. A lot of awesome things come in small packages. She gets slightly animated and dons a small, fun-sized pose. Are we still talking about the fire truck? Just open it. Looking inside, there is no fire truck. There are several dinner rolls and 2 containers. Do I look that pathetic, or is she just that nice? Like I said, I'm pretty good at reading people. You look like you could use a treat. coconut shrimp and snow peas for you, and there's also some cat bread. You didn't have to do this. The rolls are a little stale. Toast them up, they'll be fine. I don't know what to say. Simple. Tell me how great I am. If you want to thank me, come by when you're not broke and in the mood to leave a nice tip. Bring your lady. I tell her I will. There's a slight blush in the smile I give. Could you imagine showing up at a restaurant with a Nico? He really is thinking of the Nikos as his lady. Or apparently thinking of Shimi as his lady. Okay. Anyway, I'll share the seared tuna. My Nico will have the tiramisu. Yeah, I have to get back to work. Just one last thing. You come across as a decent guy who's a bit repressed. Don't be afraid to take a walk on the wild side now and again. She turns and leaves. Walk on the wild side. If she only knew. And you forgot to tell me how great I am. I mean, yeah, he did. You're awesome. I call after her, my voice way too loud. The few people still in the park all look over at me. I don't really care, though. Opening the first container, the coconut shrimp and snow peas smell delicious. They taste even better. Two kinds of problems in life, the kind you can solve, the kind you can't. Don't worry about the things you can't solve, solve the things you can. Yeah, she's nice. Yeah. I figured she was going to show up again. It is a curious way for her to show up. Anyway. My problems? Mia and Shimi. Mia is her own problem. There's not much I can do to solve her. She solved herself when she left. Shimi is my problem. I can keep doing what I'm doing, try to expand our connection, or I can accept that being close with a feral is a fantasy and let her go. What do you mean being close with her? Like what? What is he even thinking? What is he considering? It's just, I don't know. What is going on in Protag's head here? There's just, I don't know. I mean, I know I've beaten this horse to death and so on, but it's kind of like, I keep saying, you know, my own personal bias, if you will, is I prefer like relationship between equals and like having this idea of this race of beings who have no rights and he has total control over, or basically has total control over where they live or die, is just I don't know. It's a weird and uncomfortable power imbalance, and the fact that he seems to be considering, I don't know, a relationship with her. Like, what is he considering with her? What? I mean, have we even confirmed that she's gonna stay living there? I thought the intention was to like nurse her back to health so she could get on her pharaoh way and just let her go. But no, I don't know what he's thinking now. Anyway. Let her go? I'm not sure how I know how to do that now. Part of her is ingrained in me. That sounds crazy, but I feel it. I know it's true. Magical. At home there is, of course, no Mia, no flower earrings, and I'm fairly certain no Jabberwocky. Ah, oh, darn. Kalu Kalay. Kalu. Oh, frabjous day, Kalu Kalay, he chortled in his joy. Is Protag also familiar with Jabberwocky, I suppose? Can you remind of the gutter you can love a book and not want to bang it? Ha. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, but hey, first of all, who said my mind is in the gutter? I'm trying to consider like, what is the nature of any potential relationship they could have? Is she even going to continue is Shimi going to continue living there? Is he considering or expecting some kind of romantic connection or something, or like his internal monologue has repeatedly repeatedly sexualized her. I've commented on it several times. And if I scroll up here, I'll probably find an instance of him sexualizing her. I mean, um, anyway. All excellent questions, sure. Yeah. What do you think it means? Which part? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure which part you're referring to. Anyway, moving right along. Hey girls, come eat. I have some yummy cat bread. They all come right away. Claudia's shadow, Shimi, seems less standoffish than she was earlier. Shimi sits with us for dinner. She chases a bit of food around her plate with a spork, unable to get it onto the utensil. Her building frustration is matched by Pepper's growing amusement. Cheating, Shimi uses a finger to push the food onto the spork. Pepper's snickering swells, bursting into laughter when the bit of fish Shimi managed to capture on the spork drops back onto the plate right as it touches her lips. Bah! It's the final straw. Shimi's face flushes red in a way I know all too well. Her fisted hand slams a spork into the bite of food, venting all her exasperation upon it. The thin ceramic plate explodes into several pieces as the force of her strike drives the spork through the fish plate and into the table. As things settle around the table, Shimi's shock at her own outburst caused her to quickly rise and back away. She looked at each of us and then to the back door. Shimi turns and instead races down the hallway. She slides the closet door shut behind her. You're saying about the relationship with Shimi and where it could go? Yeah. What do you? So the question is, what do you think it means? I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm like, it's not clear. What I mean, you know, hey, maybe Protag himself is not sure what it means. What he means, like he's having confusing and conflicting feelings. Um, but anyway, moving right along. She slides the closet door shut behind her. Difficult. Not sleeping. Not anymore. Roused. My nerves are too frayed to unpuzzle Claudia's words. Pepper looks at me sheepishly. You now. Me? What did I do? She started acting this way last night. I don't even know what I did. No, Shimi. Tired. Wants to sleep. Can't now. Never can. Never again. Needs you. That is the most I've heard Claudia say at one time. I know what she's telling me has nothing to do with actual sleep. The implication is she wants to sleep with Protag in a biblical sense or something. I mean, anyway. Hey, Shimi. Confusion and frustration pin Shimi to the back of the closet. I sit with her and take a moment to let my thoughts come together. That, what you felt, was called anger. My mom once told me that the opposite of love is not hate. Love and hate are both kinds of passion, just different ways of expressing it. Shimi intently watches me speak, listening. Mom told me that there is an opposite of love and hate. It's called indifference. She examines her hands as if she was again seeing them for the first time. Maybe, Shimi, your feral instinctual way was a kind of indifference. Now part of you is the opposite of that. You bounce ball, bounce up. Yeah. Sitting in the confines of the closet, I take her hands and gently pull her into a soft embrace, a very human hug. Shimi initially stiffens, but then her arms mirror mine and wrap around me. She first returns the gesture, and then the affection. Her head drops to my shoulder, and I kiss her between her ears. I guess on the top of her head then. And I'm, you know, I'm immediately brought back to Dev's comment a few streams back where they said, if it turns out Shimi's in heat, I'm abandoning the story. Which, you know, fair. That does seem to be what Claudia and the narrative is implying. And Protag's actions here don't seem to be going in the direction of like dissuading her from that. So, okay, well, moving right along. You're strange and you don't fit in here. You're in this world, but not of this world. But that's okay. I like you, you and all your strangeness. I'm happy you're in my life. I hold her. Will you stay like that for some time? When the time comes for me to extract myself from the closet, Shimi is much calmer. The evening sends Pepper and Claudia to bed and me to the sofa. Idle curiosity makes me turn my phone back on. Chat with Goro? Holy crap. Before I can read Goro's message, Shimi at the end of the sofa grabs my attention. Shimi presses one hand to the cushion, pulls it up, then presses down with her other hand. Rhythmically, she repeats this clockwork-like movement, back and forth, pressing and lifting as if giving a massage. I have no idea what she's doing, but she is so intensely focused on me that I can do nothing but watch her. Her eyes close tight. Shimi makes a soft gasp-like hum, both as she breathes in and breathes out. It's breathy, full, and deep. Her entire body seems to be breathing in concert with the kneading motion of her hands. They move her slowly along the sofa, pulling her closer and closer to where I'm sitting. And again, a part of me starts to feel that I'm in over my head, that as Shimi slowly but inevitably creeps closer, there's almost something pulling me towards her. A tidal force of sorts, something I don't understand. It's all so strange. Left hand press, right hand up, right hand press, left hand up. Whatever this is, what I'm witnessing, it's hypnotic. There is a tightness in my belly, nervousness, yearning. I can't tell, but my palms are suddenly sweaty. The intimacy bearing down upon me is a slow motion avalanche. My heartbeat is an audible thing, loud in my head. My vision narrows. All I can see is Shimi, alluringly vulgar, her intensity. I can't look away. I don't want to look away. Right hand press, left hand up. She has transformed to become an other being, possessed now by some alien ecstasy. It's as if there are three of us here, me, Shimi, and the heat. Oh, great. About that in heat moment? Yeah, I know, right? Okay. See where this goes. Like she was being consumed by a bright fire, which is giving her great pleasure. And as she gets closer to the spot where I'm sitting, the flames burn brighter and more intense. Maddie, lol. Yeah. And all that time that I lost in the park, it is here now, somehow. Stretching these moments, our moments, making them infinitely long as Shimi takes forever and no time at all to press one hand down and lift the other. Left hand press. Shimi moves closer. She is magnificent. Yeah, see, sorry, your comment earlier, Maddie, I'm assuming you were joking with the get your mind out of the gutter comment. These are not platonic comments here. This isn't even subtext anymore, it's text. Anyway. Her hands are next to my thigh now, pressing, pulling. Her chest heaves, inflating her lungs to their fullest, and then completely emptying, releasing her hot breath upon me. This is a rip current of desire, pure, raw, unpolished, and coarse. I am caught in her undertow. I am being swept far from the shore. My fervor now matching hers. Near bursting, she is an infection that has entered me, deep, heady, and thick. I have never been this lost in the unquenchable thirst for another. Yeah, this is very much not platonic. this this also isn't an expression of love for a pet. You know, this is I don't think there's any question about what kind of thirst he's referring to here. Oh yeah, don't stop. Thanks, Maddie. Right hand press. Her hands pressing on my thighs. Her head moves closer. Lips brush my face. There is so much heat. If I thought her body was hot when she was racked with fever, it is nothing compared to how she is now. And Diablo Graves is here. Welcome to the stream. Hey, oh yeah, this part. This part indeed. It's the culmination of, like, you know, everything I've commented on so far of what feelings this narrative is seemingly trying to invoke, you know, in trying to appeal to a certain demographic, as I keep putting it. Trevor's used a commercial break. Well, the next one is coming up in like 25 minutes, so I'm just gonna have to power through this. Let's see where it goes. Hot when she was racked with fever is nothing compared to how she is now. Or is it me generating this heat? I have no idea. Each touch sends a wave of it through my body, lifting, pressing. The tension in my stomach expands through my torso, moving lower. I can't seem to catch my breath. And before I know it, a wish granted. Shimi's lips find mine. It's simply her slightly parted lips touching, teasing mine, and her hot breath on my face, filling my mouth and my lungs. I breathe her in. My hands are in her hair, gently but firmly holding handfuls of her. I press into her lips and she responds. Yeah, and I'm reminded of that, that I am again reminded of that, like I mentioned it in the last stream, that one streamer I watched who was going through DDLC and was saying, "Oh man, MC's gone on auto-ho." Like, I haven't had any choices for a while. Like, when was the last choice I had in this? It would have had to have been. It was a while back. That was whatever stream I did on April 12th. Keep going. Oh, of course I will. Just. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I press into her lips and she responds. Her tongue sweeps away the last of my restraint. Hands massage my chest. Now, as Shimi moves onto my lap. The fire. We are feeding it, becoming consumed by it. Shimi licks from the base of my throat up and over my chin and lips across my cheek, ending inside my ear. Okay. I mean, this part's alright for what it is, shrug. If you say so, Diablo. That's... That's a curious comment coming from you. I mean, you've... Whatever stuff of a romantic / sexual nature comes up in my own works, like when you've reviewed or giving feedback on my stuff, it's always been you're kind of like sort of distancing yourself from it, kind of like it's not really my thing, but okay. But anyway. Yep. Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, Protag is, French kissing a being who has no standing in society and is, as all the problematic stuff that comes with that. So, all that discomfort. Anyway, moving on. Like I don't know. I know I keep harping on. I would have less issue. There would be less discomfort around this, is if this was like a relationship between between equals in the society or whatever. It's just like the uncomfortable power dynamic makes it uncomfortable. Anyway, I was gonna hold my tongue until you fish it out. I'll keep going. Wait, finish the route. Wait, did I do something that like permanently put me on Shimi's route or something? I was just clicking stuff. I don't know. Anyway, waves of pleasure pass through me, wrapping around each bone in my body, reshaping me as they go. I reach up to take both of her ears into my hands. More ear rubs. It's gonna hold my tongue to finish the route, but I'm gonna say this one thing. I mean, if you want. Now you know what? I'll wait. Yeah, fair. Remember the big Shimi after you met Veronica? The big Shimi after you met Veronica. I'm not. Oh, Shimi title card. Oh, okay. Yeah. I do recall that. I was a bit confused, like, huh? Oh, why does it say their name on the screen? Oh well. And showed her little portrait picture there. Anyway, moving along. I'm slow to recover sanity and the reality of my living room. I catch sight of Shimi, her bobtail raises, lifting her t-shirt just high enough. Then she is gone down the hallway. I sit, dazed, pot of boiling water on the stove. The flames have been taken away, but I'm still white hot, a rolling boil. Charmed. I used to read a lot of fantasy books with wizards and witches, and I never could get my mind around someone being under a charm spell. Now I do. My will is not my own, and I totally don't care. Every fiber of my being feels devoted to the moment we just shared. And I want more, so much more. I'm ready to be consumed by it. And my only option is go after Shimi. Oh man, he's gone auto-ho mode. Here's your choice. I mean, okay. Well, I'm gonna. There's only one option. I mean, pushing escape just comes back here. I guess I'm gonna go after Shimi. I'm not even sure how I got what I chose that got to this point. I just, you want just Monica? I mean, okay, whatever. That was incredible. Desire for Shimi pumps through every cell in my body, threatening to cook me from the inside. I want it too. Awash with total and absolute want. No, need. This is a need. A need that ricochets around inside me, intent on getting out. Musk and pheromones heavily permeate the few thoughts I can form. I'm drawn after her, like a bee to a flower, a buzz. I relish all that awaits. Shimi. She's an inescapable conclusion, an inescapable... Unescapable? Inescapable? Shouldn't that be inescapable? Whatever. Unescapable gravity. She is undeniable. She is inevitable. She is not here? She couldn't fit under the bed and the windows are closed. She did just disappear. She's not a ghost, so where is she? Then beads of sweat form as adrenaline injects and recharges my senses. A dark thrill causes my lips to curl into a predatory smile. Shimi is toying with me. This is all part of some feral Nico courtship. And Dev is still here. Inescapable conclusion and unescapable gravity. She is undeniable. She is inevitable. Very normal way to talk about your cat girl. Predatory? Yeah, I know, right? It's... Everything about Protag's internal monologue is uncomfortable about how he talks about them. I mean, all the ways and all the times that he's sexualized them thus far, like throughout this entire game. But yeah, predatory. It's that has some unfortunate connotations when connected with courtship. Courtship? Courtship? Okay, anyway. Yes, normal, right? I mean, okay, whatever. Let's see where this goes. Ah, you want me to seek you out. Game on, Wildcat. Crouching slightly, I fall into the role of the hunter. Pepper's door is closed, the bathroom's empty. The closet. No, she isn't in the closet. My head's still swimming from our encounter only moments ago. Can't unravel the mystery. She went down the hallway towards my room, didn't she? No, he means courtship. He's going to write her love poetry and get her flowers for 7 months? Haha, yeah, right. Okay, well, you must have hated watching Avatar? I'm assuming you're referring to the James Cameron's movie about the blue cat people. I mean, there are some uncomfortable relationship dynamics between Jake Sully and Neytiri, and in that there's a lot of deception involved. Yes, power balances too, and certainly did. As soon as they said unobtainium, I was like, okay, 10% chance this movie is any good. It's funny. Unobtainium is a TV trope reference. He was not impressive CGI though. Unobtainium peak literature. What can I say about Avatar? I mean, like, okay, I know, like, I'm throwing words like problematic around, and oh, this is uncomfortable. These are uncomfortable relationship dynamics, and oh, these are uncomfortable power dynamics, etc. Like, I'm still well and firmly in the mind of it's possible to like something and point out the flaws, or the other way around, dislike them and see find where it has merits or whatever. Or Shrek? For the Avatar prequels? Avatar prequels. Yeah, Dancing with Wolves, Pocahontas, Ferngully. I remember Ferngully. Could probably keep going. Shrek, you're not wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what can I say? Like, what do I even say about that? Ferngully was just Avatar, but with more eco-awareness. Ha. Yeah. It's been a long time since I saw Ferngully in the movie theater back in the 80s as a kid. This is one bodacious babe. That's like the only line I remember from it. I know it's not the only line I remember. It's just the villains were comparably cartoonishly evil. Yeah. Did Avatar lack eco-awareness? I mean, I think they made like the destruction of the World Tree suitably, like they framed it as suitably catastrophic. I don't know. Wasn't quite as heavy-handed as Ferngully. Okay. Yeah, memory of Ferngully is I don't know. It's very hazy. I had the I watched it as a uh, uh, with the attention of a kid with attention deficit disorder, if you can imagine. So that guy is not a personified instantation of pollution. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. I, but yeah, I remember Ferngully. Just back to like the 80s and 90s, there was there was a whole rash of media focus on the environment back when governments were on the side of, hey, the environment, we should probably care about this and stuff, and not like nowadays where I mean, like look at the U.S. where Trump is all drill baby drill and all about uh, emphasizing emphasizing fossil fuels for one thing, and all about slashing environmental programs and environmental protections, um, and just generally making everything worse. I mean, yeah, it's a more a naive era. Yeah, eco movie in 1980s. We should care for the earth. Here are some trees and leaves. Yeah, those images in chat. I would just keep posting Riker from Star Trek TNG. Oh, right. That's just Riker, the ladies' man who has to seduce every female alien he comes across, right? Or similarly, Captain Kirk from the original Star Trek series. You can move in 2020's civil society will soon collapse due to climate change. I mean, yeah, that seems to be the direction we're going in. So to bring it back to catgirls, our clear cutting is clearly destroying their natural habitats. Hey, I don't know. Well, hey, I mean, the plot of Avatar was, they're set on clear cutting the cat people's habitat. Your leftist DNA all over the alpha quadrant of the galaxy. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. What I was getting at. It's like, okay. There was a quote from, I think it was Lindsay Ellis. It was at least a tribute to Lindsay Ellis, who's a media commentator, YouTuber, video essayist type of person. She said the one thing that she's sick of is hearing people ask the question, "Is this movie feminist?" Because people ask that question like on either side of the political spectrum. Like there are people ask, "Is it feminist?" as in well, the way she framed it is like when people ask that question, what they're really asking is, "Am I allowed to enjoy it?" And people ask that whether they're like for feminism or against feminism. Like yeah, go feminism, or ooh, boo feminism, depending what kind of people they are. And she said like she's sick of that question because the broader reality is and it can go for any kind of social justice appreciation or whatever, not just feminism, like any kind of, I don't know, trying to judge or deem whether something is quote unquote problematic or not or whatever. Remember DDLCO's on the woke list? I think because Monica is pansexual. His footprints in every chair. Yeah, referring to Riker. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the compilation of Riker sits down because the odd way he always like he has to he's tall, he has to step over the chair to sit down in it. Apparently, he did it. He initially did it because he had a bad back, but then it just became his thing. Anyway, sorry, getting sidetracked. TNG, my favorite or second favorite all-time TV show. Oh, really? Oh, neat. We'll circle back to that because that was one of my favorites when I was growing up too. That's one of my formative shows I watched. Bender getting all robosexual. Yeah. Cover any mods, explore anything else LGBTQ. I know, right? So mod does nothing of the sort, especially not in season 3. Haha, yeah. Well, yeah, and for that reason, you know, canonically in my own mod, Sailor says no to suicide, Yuri and Natsuki are canonically just making cupcakes in the other room. Obviously, what else could they have been doing in there? Encourage all homophobes to play it so they can finally have a safe place free from the LGBTQ compliance. Canon, I know, right? Anyway, sorry, I was saying, sorry, coming back to what I was saying, Lindsay Ellis, yeah, she's saying, I just want, because I do want to finish that thought, and not keep repeatedly getting sidetracked, as I do. Yeah, she's sick of the question, is this feminist? Because what people are really asking is, am I allowed to enjoy it? Instead of, you know, thinking for themselves and forming their own opinions, and recognizing that by and large, like every media is going to have some, you know, something that skews in a feminist direction, and something that don't, and some is going to have some problems and some things that work, and some good and some bad, and like regardless of, you know, whatever, whichever way your opinions skew on any of those topics or whatever. Like homophobe is not gay if they're worms. Amazing. Yeah, that's, you know, a reference to my "Would you love me" mod. You know, would you still love me if I was a worm, etc. Anyway. But yeah, basically, I think there's value in being able to appreciate any media for, you know, being able to recognize positives and negatives and what is, yeah, I don't know. Part of it does come down to the quality of the writing. Some of it comes down to the framing. Like, I'm less bothered by Protag being such a what do I even say? Yeah, instantly there's an ad break coming up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Trying to want to finish this thought before I before that comes up. Yeah, I don't know. It's just Protag going on auto-ho mode. Just repeatedly sexualizing these characters who are dependent on him. That he can't even properly communicate with. Yeah, I mean, such a main character trope. I mean, if it's like an anime thing, it's like I made the comments about mandatory anime bullshit earlier. I mean, the previous stream. Well, you know, certain main characters in certain genres. Yeah, I don't know. It's like what I'm trying to say is it's like the main character being a bit of a douche doesn't have to be a bad thing. It does make him less relatable to me. This is our point of view character. That, but it doesn't like in terms of creating, um, I don't know, creating a relatable narrative. It, it 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 does impact my ability to engage with it, but it's like it at least acts as a you know, conversation starter or whatnot. Um, so and you know, as I keep saying, like taking breaks like this to comment on, like, hey, this makes me uncomfortable, is the only way I can get through it, you know. um, and I'm kind of only, again, pressing on because I've been assured, oh, it's going somewhere though. It's wherever it's going, it's taking a long way to get there though. I don't know. Um, but yeah, like without those without those assurances or reassurances, I'd kind of be in a state of like if I wasn't streaming this, I probably wouldn't play it. You know, it's I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna see where this goes. But after these messages, because I'm going to get a jump start on that break, I will be right back. And I'm back again. The only way this could be improved is if Veronica and Shimi took 2 hours to answer fewer emails. Amazing. I'm sorry. Yes, I got the Cult Meetings reference. About topics of no relevance to the plot, then we'd really be cooking with gas. It's going somewhere. It is a slow boil, though. I mean, no kidding. Yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah. The reason I brought up the whole, you know, like Lindsay Ellis article thing about, oh, is this feminist or not, and like learning to appreciate the immediate consumer. Well, like to evaluate it for yourself and form your own opinions and conclusions and so on, and just generally applying your own critical thinking. It's like what I'm trying to, because there is the other side of argument. Some people say, don't take it so seriously, just enjoy it. And yeah, okay, some people are able to just sit back and not apply any thought to it and just enjoy it. Fine. That's kind of the default, though. Like people generally look to media that they can just sit back and enjoy it. But some people like to think about things, or overthink things, I guess. And that's part of the entertainment value for them, and it doesn't necessarily mean they're labeling the media as, oh, this is bad, because they're pointing out the flaws. It's just some people engage with media differently, I guess. But I don't know. This is sort of a long, rambly way to say that, like overall, I was able to enjoy Avatar. I mean, like I recognize problems with it, but it was still a fun movie overall. I don't know. That's my hot take, I guess. uh, since Maddie brought it up. Anyway, oh yeah, and Star Trek: The Next Generation, since it was brought up, like it's also it's a great show. It's got some fantastic episodes that had a lot to say about society and I don't know, socio-political issues and so on. It also had a lot of weirdness that's like, what the hell were they thinking when they wrote this? Especially the first season and the last season. Like the last season, the seventh season, really felt like they had run out of ideas and they were like jumped the shark multiple times. And the first season, there was like they didn't know if they were going to get a second season. They were just, I don't know, messing around a lot. Like the second season was when the show really hit its stride and or grew the beard, as the trope says. And I don't know. I mean, I haven't watched TNG in a long time. I don't know. Maybe someday I need to like marathon it to see how well it holds up. It was from the 80s going into the 90s. That sort of era. And whoops, we got a bot in chat here that I am going to go just boink, hit the ban button on you. We put up with the 5 to 10% misses, sure. Yeah, yeah, and like I sometimes wonder, like maybe I should. I feel like I should rewatch it to see how well it holds up because I mean, I haven't actually watched episodes all the way through in like 30 years, like since it was first aired, and and now like I've seen plenty of clips from various episodes. Like when it shows up at recommend to YouTube, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that scene. I want to rewatch that scene and relive that nostalgia. Because there's a lot of good stuff in that show. Lots of you know very memorable scenes and characters and stuff. Um, um, but there's also there was a lot of garbage particularly in the first season and again and the last season. The last season episodes, a lot of people harp on the Dr. Crusher making having sex with a candle ghost. Just like, what the hell is going on in this episode? But for me, the big what the hell is going on episode was the one where the characters were de-evolving and like you know like what Barkley turns into a fish and Troy turns into a sorry no it was Barkley's a spider, Troy turned into a fish, and Worf turned into some I don't know Klingon monstrosity. And it was just weird. They wanted to oh yeah and I think Picard was turning into a monkey or something. It's just it was weird. It was a weird episode, especially the reason why it was happening in the first place. Like someone on the writing team wanted to make a horror episode and had a really contrived, shoehorned in reason for it to happen. It was just bizarre. Me's bonkers, but the ghost sex one has an idea at least. Yeah, little evolution. Yeah. It makes no sense, but it's enjoyable if you think of it as a pulpy adventure. Yeah, pulpy adventure. That's you kind of have to interpret it that way. It's just someone wanted to make a horror movie, but set on the Enterprise. So it's just I don't know. It's just the writers of the Star Trek franchise have very confused ideas about evolution. They don't like it is. Don't get me started on how the subject of evolution gets brought up in Star Trek Voyager, you know, which is like that's the fourth Star Trek series, you know, fifth if you include the animated series. You'd think by then they'd, you know the science, or at least have someone they could consult to get it right. They had already done literally just Die Hard on the Enterprise. Die Hard in the Enterprise. Are you referring to the Starship Mine episode? That one was a good episode. That was still sixth season when the show was still good. I liked that one. I like the like that last scene where do you know anything about that ship that's heading away and Picard holds up the stabilization device in his hand. He says, "I know they won't get far," and then in the background, the ship explodes. It's fantastic. That's cinema. I'm referring to Starship Mine. Yeah, there you go. Of course, it was good. Die Hard is an excellent formula. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Let's get back to the game. She went down the hallway towards my room, didn't she? Think like Shimi. What if she doubled back while I was collecting myself on the sofa? Oh, you are crafty. Rushing quickly and quietly, I spring. Nothing. She's not perched behind the counter like I expected. It's possible she snuck through Claudia's sunroom back into the living room? But a quick peek shows Claudia asleep and no sign of Shimi in the sunroom or the living room. She's not in the bathroom or Pepper's room. I would have heard doors sliding. She may be stealthy, but the doors aren't. Same with the front and back doors, so she has to still be in the house. If my pent-up craving for her were starting to unravel into frustration, I might be able to fully appreciate that talent of just vanishing and appearing at a whim. I double-check all the rooms before making my way back towards my bedroom. She isn't even hidden amongst the shadows in the back of the closet. There's a talent of vanishing and appearing in a whim, and then plot twist reveals Shimi was just a figment of his imagination all along. No, I'm just kidding. Moving on. Moonlight flooding into my room illuminates none of the mystery. Wary now I stand, indecisively. Only moments ago, the passions of Shimi washed over me. The feel of them fading makes me desperate to reconnect. But where the hell is she? Damn it. A deep sigh of defeat escapes, taking with it the last of the heady anticipation. The mood swings are back. My frustration boils over. My cheeks flush red and a heat surges inside me. The hit steals my breath and knocks me off my feet. Thank God I'm on the bed. If I had landed on the floor instead, I could have been seriously hurt, but I'm not out of danger, far from it. What the heck? I can't breathe. I can't move my arm. I can't sit up or roll over. The confusion becomes cold fear, weight, and a snarling hot anger on my chest confirm I'm pinned down. My eyes focus and I see her. There's a cold, hungry anger in her glare. Dread grips me nearly as tightly as the hands on my wrist and throat. She bares teeth. The creature that looms over me is not the Shimi I know, only rage. Haha, we're in danger. Yeah. I get that reference. You know, Ralph Wiggum from that one Simpsons episode. Anyway. I'm trembling, barely able to take in air. For the second time, I can't budge the hand that holds my throat. My body briefly struggles against her, bucking and kicking, but it doesn't matter. She has the strength and leverage and holds me fast. She has the weapons to end me quickly. As soon as she's done playing with me, she will squeeze and my blood will spill. All I can do is tremble. The world blurs. Maybe I'll pass out first. It's funny the things your mind focuses on. I can feel my warm, wet blood running from the fresh lacerations on my wrist where the Pharaoh's nails easily press into me. Same place she cut last time, my blood staining the fresh, clean sheets. I just got this place cleaned up. Nothing? I force open my eyes, blinking away the tears. Shimi's fury is replaced with her own confusion. It's like she's expecting me to resist, to fight her. Really fight, like throwing her to walls, punching, biting off an ear, fight her. I can feel her desperation for me to meet her rage with my own, fight back. She needs me to fight back, but I don't, and it's bewildered her. Then something changes. She tries to shake uncertainty from her thoughts and thoughts from her head. Her manner changes, no longer the wild brutality, instead something civilized overcomes her. Shimi's grip goes slack. I'm able to fill my lungs again. Shimi lifts her hands from me, realizing the harm she's caused, harm that was intended not to hurt. She has a look of shock that she hurt me, or shame? She's naked? Is this how you Pharaohs romance? Some kind of challenge of domination where they prove their worth? The mantis decapitating her mate, the spider consuming her lover? Probably nothing that extreme, but a fight for certain. A contest to prove her worth to an elusive and rare male. My fear slips away. Shimi now, looks at me with a softness and emotional fragility, shakes her to the core. She has no idea how to handle the want, the honest and simple desire. The emotions roused for the one you love. Are we throwing the L word in here now? A tear forms and falls from Shimi to me. Anxiety caused her to tremble. The situation is so very strange to her. So much of this world is. She's so vulnerable right now. Yeah. Again, the situation is so very strange to her that Protag interpreting what she's thinking and feeling again. Anyway. Shimi releases her grip on me, the blood from my wrist still fresh on her nails. Filled with an irrational fear that she will flee and disappear forever, I instinctively grab her tightly but gently. Pulling her close, I hold her against me. No way, you did nothing wrong. I can't let her go right now. I need her to stay. I tell her as much. Shimi only resists slightly, then, defeated and confused, our eyes meet. Still holding her, I slide a hand to her hair and caress. Unable to decide how to react, her breath quickens. Indecisiveness means death to a feral in the wild, but here, home, with me. Here, where she has become something no longer feral, something not domestic. Roused. Slowly, the affection seeps back. Slowly, softly this time, Shimi relaxes into my embrace. Shimi's hands grip me again, but this time there's no malice in her touch, nothing to prove. Another tear leaps towards me, finding my face. Her mouth follows it. Her hand reaches around to hold me. Okay. Cradling the back of my head, her fingers graze the shallow cuts and dried blood there from her earlier pounce. The cuts on my wrist, neck, and scalp sting, but the pain cannot dull the contented pleasure of having her in my arms. Sorry. Dev's reaction. Like a conjurer, she is casting her spell again. The pot is back on the flame. The boiling resumes, welling up inside me, pulling me towards her like a beacon in the darkness. I let it blind me. We're becoming lost in it again. But this time, it's different. This time, it's something we're creating together. Yeah. After I finish with this game, I think I'm going to go back to the Long Dark. I need to... I think I'm going to need a break from this kind of gameplay. Anyway, moving on. She rises from me. Like a great bird of prey, Shimi looms over me for a moment. This has been dark long enough, yeah. Then she takes me fully in her arms, claiming me as her own. Slipping from sweat, both my hands grasp her tightly, widening our connection in a physical way that emotionally drags us both from this house and takes us home. Where's that more fire dialogue for you there, Dev? Anyway. The walls melt away. Like the edges of shadow, we cross together into a realm of soft borders, where the only definitive shapes are us, me and Shimi, Shimi and me. And then we're in a different place, a place where only Shimi, me, and the inexplicable heat of us exist, where one ends and where another begins, becomes unimportant. A beauty unpolished and simply divine. The little death, Shakespeare called it. Wasn't it? Shoot, what's the name of the author of Dune? Must not fear. Fears the mind killer. The little death. I'm drawing a total blank. Whole litany against fear or whatever it was. Help me out, Dev. You're more familiar with Dune than I am. Was that a Shakespeare quote as well? I don't know. Anyway, as for the details, well, a gentleman doesn't kiss and tell. I mean, who said you're a gentleman? Plus, you've given plenty of other details. Oh well. Anyway, lying together, Shimi makes her weird little smile at me. It evokes my own grin in return. You keep wrecking my bed. I know my tease is mostly lost on her. She doesn't understand the words, but that doesn't matter. Shimi can read my emotions, my meaning, and she responds by curling towards me, nuzzling close. Her hand reaches around. You keep using that phrase, reaches around. You do know reach around is a sex innuendo in itself, right? It has its own meaning. Anyway. Her hand reaches around to hold me, cradling the back of my head. Her fingers graze the shallow cuts and dried blood there. Cuts made in the throes of passion a short time ago by my girl. Oh, she's your girl now, eh? Okay. My wildcat. I'm at... Sorry. It's still... It still makes me feel icky. I'm sorry. Haha, you banged a cat girl. It's not... Like... She's stuff? Haha, yeah. Doing stuff, etc. Yes, I get it. It's the whole, the whole non-sentient thing, or possibly not self-aware, subhuman intelligence part that gets to me. Like not just the like the fact that the characters have cat ears and tails. I'm indifferent about that. There are plenty, there are plenty of anime or whatever, where there are, cat girl characters who are nevertheless, fully autonomous sentient beings, and who possess intelligence and self-awareness. What was it? I guess we're talking about TNG. What was it? Bruce Maddox said in the episode of Measure of a Man. Sentience, self-awareness, and intelligence that mark sentient beings. MC, I don't know how I feel about these power dynamics. Shimi continues to wrap her hand around MC's throat. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was a regular, human level of intelligence character who happened to have cat girl features like ears and the ears and a tail, it wouldn't bother me. It's the everything. It's the everything about the whole. No, the society is oriented against them. How the narrative. I mean, Protag's internal monologue, like, infantilizes them at best, or like he thinks and feels and talks about them as though they're just wild animals, or domesticated animals, whatever. It's just icky to me, And I'm sorry, like, all of the assurance that, oh, don't worry, it's going somewhere. It's not all about just titillating the furries who want to bang a cat girl who has no rights or whatever. Like, if this is intended to be a deconstruction of those tropes, I mean, I'm not seeing the deconstruction yet. Like, it hasn't crossed that line between being an example of the trope and actually deconstructing it. I've seen no deconstructing happen so far. Yes, and as we know, MC is never wrong about anything. Sorry, I'll stop now. Yeah. I know, I get it. Anyway, moving right along. Candid pleasure of having her in my arms. Feeling her body against me is what I now know I've always wanted. I hold her close. The first rays of sunlight streaming into my room illuminate the empty spot beside me. They won't find Shimi. They never do. She makes sure of it. I already knew that she wasn't next to me before my eyes opened. Disappointment tints the room, but only momentarily. Louder and more vibrant than any trifling or fleeting concerns, the echoes of last night's passion resonate through every part of me. The taste of her envelops the room. I can still feel her curves as if she had been branded onto my skin, seared into me. Shimi. We keep looking for connections, and oh boy, did we find one. Forbidden and hostile, last night with her was the single most exhilarating thing I've experienced, wilder than any adventure with Goro. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did your mind go to Goro first? More passionate than any time with Mia, and more real than anything I felt since... Goro X Protag? I know, right? Box it and ship it, folks. Great. Anyway, and more real than anything I felt since I genuinely can't remember when or if I've ever felt this way. Trying to piece it all together is impossible. It was so all so in the moment with her. Reckless, real, roused, not totally sure I recall everything that went on. Most healthy ship in this game. I mean, yeah. At least they're two human beings. Hey, for that matter, maybe you could ship the Nikos with each other, and that could be a healthy ship in itself. Like at least they're the same species. Anyway. Catching my reflection in the mirror startles me. The face is a stranger, a confident, cocky stranger. Well, hello, good looking. My ridiculousness causes the handsome stranger in the mirror to smirk, an obnoxious, self-satisfied grin, an appropriate companion to this strange feeling of invincibility. I'm just feeling good, riding the high, and unapologetically smug about it. My smug grin and I head to make breakfast. I should be frugal with the food in the house, it still needs to last a while. Instead, I find myself making overly generous portions, splurging with the ingredients. Blintzes! Yep, eggs and bacon and blintzes, a treat for the household. Good morning, my sweet Claus. I hand Claudia the cup of tea already made for her. The noise and smells of cooking arouses and draws my domestics into the busy kitchen. Pepper yawns and stretches, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Claudia immediately falls into her helper role, bringing me plates and grabbing sporks. Even if token, Claudia's reliability is appreciated. I let her know. Claudia, you guys had sex, yeah. I mean, from the description of it, I'm presuming they made noise that Claudia and Pepper were aware of. Anyway. Good girl, Claudia. Always the best helper. My good mood seems contagious as Claudia prances over to the table with the sporks. Yum, looks yum. Pepper wants some. Let's go. Pepper snaps her fingers as she makes her demands. Someone isn't getting enough attention. Yes, ma'am. Coming right away, my lovely. Pepper's eyes widen, not the reaction she anticipated. She blushes and joins Claudia. It's then that I realize I made 4 plates, even though I know Shimi is not even in the house. Oh, do you know that? Okay. Did you search the house already, or are you sensing it, or are you just assuming? I don't know. Anyway. Pepper and Claudia both share very curious and knowing looks, Nico dancing with me, stealing glances when they think I won't notice. Shimi and I weren't quiet last night, and for a fleeting moment I wonder how aware everyone is of what went on, which causes the concerns and stigmas to again peek out from the corner of my smugness. But I just don't care enough to give the thought any merit, and without any surface to cling to, the concern slips away and fades. Not getting a reaction from me, Claudia and Pepper's interest fades as well. Dear cats, you fool, they could spell everything? I mean, that has been the implication so far. Anyway. And hear it too, yeah. I barely noticed that I ate. This overpowering feeling of bliss bleeds over everything else. My amazing mood is all I am interested in right now. I wonder if I'm still under some kind of spell, charmed by my exotic girl and her strange witchcraft. Oh boy. Like, it has to go and, like, exotify her again, and you know, making it akin to witchcraft? I mean, he's used words like charmed and enchanted before to refer to Shimi. How did I? I wasn't thinking of quote unquote roots when I was picking options earlier. I mean, I don't know. On some meta level, the thought did cross my mind, but it wasn't like wasn't consciously thinking, oh, let's go Shimi route. It just, I don't know. I mean, I suppose choosing to spare her life um, is one of the necessary steps in that route being a thing. Although I still wonder if that, the whole illusion of choice thing plays a role in that, and maybe if I had chosen the put her down option, maybe Protag would go, oh no, I can't do that, but then would like this maybe the story would still continue with her alive, but then I just wouldn't be on a route. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just pointlessly speculating about something I can't know about. I'm gonna move on. I check. As I suspected, Shimi isn't in her closet. Puttering around seems only to wind me up for some reason. I feel like my body is too big for the house, or like I'm always in the wrong room. Without a word, I turn the TV on to the nature channel and take my leave. I have no idea where my phone is. The last time I saw it was last night, right before Shimi came into the living room. Okay. Gave a cursory look for it and checked in the sofa cushions, but no success. Is this suggesting that Shimi took it, or... I mean, okay, anyway. Goro sent a message. I totally forgot. Damn. Oh well, I'll look for it later. Oh yeah, yeah, we didn't find out what the content of the message from Goro, did we? Yeah, sorry. Did she, she jumped him just as he was checking the message, or I'm trying to recall. Ah, whatever, moving on. I stroll down the street along the park, past apartments, perched atop small shops, and past the mom and pop businesses. I don't take in my surroundings. I'm aware of where I am and what I'm doing, but it all feels inconsequential, just not worth noticing. Instead, it's the subtle changes in the way the fresh air feels as I move through it that intrigue me and keenly keep my focus. Uh-oh, is he going back to Lynn's shop? Is he about to give Lynn a piece of his mind or something? Okay. The smells of restaurants and cars, the feeling of distance between me and the things I pass by, I take in and recognize each one in turn. Someone looks like they won the lottery. The voice of the convenience store's cashier snaps me back to reality. I still got my smug little grin plastered on my face. He's right about that part. Shimi was a bet, a long shot, one that really paid off. I feel my grin widen. Heh, yeah, guess I did. Heh, well, good for you. Anything I can help with? That's a good question. Why did I come in here? There's nothing I want. Nothing here, anyway. Nope. The answer is sharp, unapologetic. Lind looks at me like he's waiting for the punchline. Sorry, I'm broke at the moment. Lind, puzzled by my response, ignores the obvious question of, then why did I come in? After a short pause, he probes a different one. I thought you won the lottery, high roller. I did, just not the one that gives you money. Oh? What other one is there? A girl. Oh, he's just... okay. He's just gonna talk about that publicly now? Alright. My thoughts return to Shimi. For a moment, I'm lost in the connection, dizzy from just the thought of her. It's a little weird, surreal. She's wild, and I mean, she's very different from anything I ever expected. I already regret sharing any of this with them. I know, right? Like, why Lind of all people would you talk about this? Not because I feel any shame over being with Shimi, I don't, but she's a secret that I don't want to share. Especially with someone like Lind, whose philosophy is, any hole's a goal, he could only tarnish it. Veronica puts up with him, that's her business, all I care about is Shimi. Wild ones are fun, the danger adds to it. Speaking of, if things don't work out and if you do come into some cash, let me know. I can find something really wild for you. Uh, sure, thanks. Hey, what happened to your neck? Out of the store and some distance down the street, the sunshine, fresh air, and bright scenery refresh and reflect my mood again. Lynn thinks he can find something pretty wild for me. I have to laugh. No, Lynn, I'll take a hard pass on whatever it is you think you know as wild. Thoughts of Shimi color everything, filling my mind and shielding me from all possible distractions. I just let the smile fill my face. Well, to experience some pretty wild things. I knew he was going to say that. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, what else is he going to say, right? Anyway, I just let the smile fill my face. Where am I? I've been straying. That's a curious choice of word. Walking in the wrong direction. Good. It's been a long time since I've done any kind of exercise. I smirk. Shimi has caused me to get my lazy ass out of the house. She's good for me. Heading back towards home, I already know that Shimi won't be there, but it's okay. I get it. She needs to be out right now, so she can find something she needs to find, I guess. Whatever it is, it's something that takes her away from me. She'll find it or she won't. Problems you can fix, problems you can't, but as long as she keeps coming back, then it doesn't matter. When I finally get home, I'm completely exhausted. But not too tired that I don't check if Shimi has returned, which as expected she hasn't. Not yet, she is wild after all. The best ones always are. Yeah, sawbones, yeah. If you don't stop picking at your wrist, it'll never heal. Shimi's gone again. I mean, still gone. 3 days. I tell myself that stray cats will stray and she'll come back. Hopefully this time without a bag of dead rats or Veronica's underwear. I'm kidding myself. She could show up right now with Veronica's crotchless panties wrapped around a clutch of dead rats, and I'd be so happy to see her that I'd bake her a cake with all of it. Panty rat cake? My tangled thoughts are sticky, gluing me to the bed. I should get up, I just don't. Instead I'm staring at the scabs on my wrist and the scars on the picture above the bed. Pepper and Claudia anchor me to the daily grind, which is what eventually gets me moving. A late breakfast for the girls. I have no appetite. My head fills with white noise, my ears with a dull, whining ring. Unconsciously, I made a plate for Shimi again. Stop picking at your wrist, it'll get infected. The day crawls on. Nothing I do seems to distract me. Just like yesterday and the day before, Shimi's absence is a prevailing hunger. That's a bit dramatic. I just miss her. It's not like we hang out when she is here, but feeling her close by, knowing that she's in the closet or about to materialize next to me at any moment is comforting. But she's not here. She's far away, out there somewhere. Tea. I've been impersonating a mannequin, empty-headed, gazing off into nothing, staring blankly at the television. Television that is not turned on. Yeah, of course, I'll fix us some tea. Mom's been collecting tea bags for as long as I can remember. She grabs them from hotel rooms whenever she stays in one for work. There's an old cookie tin in the cabinet bursting with them. I always found it odd since she only drinks tea made with the loose leaves, never from bags. That's I'm sorry. That's something that's familiar to me. I've commented on my hoarding instincts a gazillion times. My family is a bunch of hoarders. They like it's exactly the kind of thing that my parents would do. Like it's like they're free samples. We must collect them, even if we don't make use of them. You know, like the house could be full to overflowing. You know, stacked floor to ceiling with stuff in every room, and they'll still be bringing garbage home. It's like oh, someone threw out a perfectly good whatever piece of furniture or something, and we can take that and fix it up, yada yada yada. That's I don't know. That's just the household I grew up in. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, short on money, a way we've Short on money, a way we've been saving a few bucks is that I've stopped buying loose tea. At least until we use up all the tea bags in the tin. My hand reaches in and pulls out chamomile. It's supposed to be calming. If I were any more calm, I'd be in a coma. Are you calm? I thought you said you were agitated. It says, Camus Angenem Senft? What language is that? Anyway, moving on. My second random pull is a better choice. Some caffeine in my system will do me good. Double tea, Earl Grey, hot. Since we're talking about Star Trek Next Generation. Anyway, some caffeine in my system will do me good. Sounds of activity attract Pepper. Reverend Tea Pepper, want some? Pepper wants something. She nods, but her expression is not happy pepper yum, it's accusing. I try and ignore it. Grabbing 3 cups, I set the kettle to boil on the stove. Life is a kettle. Empty until someone comes along and fills you up, sets you to a slow boil. Then when you're sure you can't take any more shaking and steaming, you're emptied out, set aside and hollow again, until they decide you're needed once more and fill you back up, if only to repeat the ritual. Wow, I really need to snap out of it. Pepper and Claudia watch me with peculiar expressions. Claudia looks troubled by my near constant state of distraction. Pepper looks like she's about to scold me. Embarrassed, I force a smile. I'm okay, girls. Really, I'm fine. Sashimi, splat, cat, gone scat. On all fours, should chase a rat. Pepper smiles wildly, seizing the opportunity to tease me and seemingly proud of her rhyme. Seeing my expression falter, she adds, Stupid sashimi. Claudia hands me the milk and sums it up simply. Still wildcat. Bars? Yeah. Yeah, still a wildcat. Tired. Wants to sleep. I don't want to sleep. Claudia gives a small, disappointed sigh and her hand fidgets with the braid, but she doesn't say anything else. I mean, we already indicated earlier about he doesn't think that when Claudia talks about sleep that she's actually talking about sleep, but more like sleeping with him. But anyway, moving on. She doesn't say anything else. Maybe I misinterpreted what Claudia was trying to tell me. It doesn't matter. I can't get the buzzing in my head to stop, and I don't want to be near my bed. 3 days ago I was on top of the world. I must look terrible for them to put this much effort into making me feel better. The buzzing is replaced by the wailing whistle of the kettle, giving me something to focus on. Wildcat. She's been that for a lot longer than she's been Shimi, and she'll be just fine out there. It's just... I say nothing as I fix the tea. You're right. Shimi just needs to stretch her legs, prowl. She's still a feral at heart. You must run. Good luck forging your way forward. Thanks, Steph. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Thanks for tolerating whatever is going on here. I don't know. Makes it more tolerable to have company, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, she's still a feral at heart. I again try to reassure my girls and myself. Something about that thought works. I've been nauseous and unable to eat because of the emptiness. Periodically it balloons into panic and I have an urge to flee, but nowhere to go. But sitting here with a cup of tea, 2 grateful Nikos, and the idea that Shimi is out, being wild, for a little while, I suddenly feel normal, calm and at peace. It's amazingly indescribable how wonderful normal can feel when you're not used to it. In a way, it is a terrible thing because it's fleeting, a short break in the clouds reminding how far away you've been from normal and what you're missing. Claudia and Pepper are gone. I've done it again. My mind wandered off and I've been sitting here who knows how long staring at my now cold tea. I swallowed it all in one gulp. And the tea water was boiling just a moment ago? How long has he been sitting there? Anyway. The TV decided to work again on its own. Pepper and Claudia watched their nature channel for a while. I checked Shimi's closet. Of course it's empty. I knew it would be. I had to check anyway. Eventually the girls go to bed, and I'm alone with the television, the feeling of loss. Loss! De Lost reference, and Dev is not here to see it. Oh well. I'm kidding, but Dev is quite fascinated by the loss meme. Anyway, feeling of loss lingers. Its bittersweet poison washing through my veins. My mind becomes my enemy. Why did Nico cross the road? Stop it. She didn't. Hit by a truck. Whammo. Please stop it. Sliding open the bedroom door, my heart nearly leaps out of my chest. Shimi, in my bed. So happy, I don't know what to think. I should be mad. But how can you be mad at a very naked Shimi? I leap into bed before the dream can end. I grasp the pillow desperately as if she was there. I grasp the pillow desperately as if she was there. Of course, it's only a dream. A terrible, beautiful dream of Shimi. Yeah, okay. That's the opening scene again. Anyway, okay. Sorry, I'm just momentarily trying to piece together. Okay, so he was dreaming about Shimi. That this is what are those things? Like I'm suddenly reminded of. Well, it's an old trope of, and then he woke up and it was all a dream, and then it makes you question. Well, then how much of that scene was part of the dream then, or are we? Are we supposed to just assume that, like, just this bit here was the dream and all the stuff that preceded was still real? I don't know. I'm just gonna move on. Poof. The weight of time, heavy on me, drags. On the fifth day, the worry became. On the fifth day, the worry became too much. I keep asking myself, what if she's hurt? But weirdly, somehow I know she's not. I've stopped asking myself, how is it that I know stuff that I couldn't possibly know? There is no answer. None I could ever understand, anyway. I've bonded to Shimi. It's the only reasonable explanation. Bonded in some deep and weird, feral Nico way. Her pheromones, my intuition, or some strange and otherworldly connection from our expanding of each other's worlds. And we feel each other in some way that is deeply poetic and totally illogical. Maybe Nikos have psychic powers? Oh hey, that's something I've been speculating for quite a while in this game. Anyway. Yeah, that totally sounds reasonable. Not at all. Or perhaps more likely, I've gone completely batshit insane. The kind of crazy where you don't know you're crazy, that scary madness that feels perfectly normal, is convincingly comforting and has absolutely no connection at all to reality around you. Nuttier than squirrel shit, as Goro would say. Regardless, the fact remains, even though there is no way I could know that she isn't injured, I do. And I also know Shimi isn't coming back. I know this. She's gone, just like Dad's watch. It isn't some kind of inexplicable insight or intuition or bond. I know this because I checked her stash behind the curtains in the living room, the stuff she kept there, the can of crushed tomatoes, the picture of me, it's all gone. Her bag on the roof, gone. She even took some of the clothes from a box in the closet, one of the sweaters I never wear. It was just too bleak. Being always in the moment means your own boredom can be overwhelming. Sitting at home every second was an agonizing reminder of her absence. I wanted Shimi to return, but she didn't, and now I'm looking for her. I have to. The vacant spot that she had so richly occupied in my life is now a hollow place. Everything feels so small with her gone. I can't sit still. Yeah. And here Protag's unraveling. I did kind of half wonder if he's going to go back to that shack that that she led him to at one time, but yeah, who knows if he even remembers where that is. Anyway, before I went out, I made a few meals for Pepper and Claudia. 2 meals should do. Sandwiches and snacks. Gotta make sure they don't eat each other. I wryly joked as I turned the TV on to the Nature Channel to keep them entertained while I'm gone. As always, Claudia was helpful and gave me a hand with the sandwiches. She made me make an extra one and then made me take it. I still have no appetite. It was easier to let her have her way. There's an ad break coming up in 4 minutes, FYI. It's okay, Claudia. I'll be back. I have no idea when I'll be back. Claudia's smile was every bit as forced as my own. Pepper avoided me. She's pissed off that I'm acting this way, intolerant of my obsession. Still, just being out looking for Shimi gives me faith that I'll see her again, or at least lends a strange feeling of hope that I might. The words die in my throat. I'm gonna find you? Is that what I was gonna say? No? Or maybe I'm gonna do everything I can to find you, Shimi? Even if you never come back, I need you to know how important you are to me. I need to try. The task is immediately overwhelming. Feral Nikos have huge overlapping territories. Everyone knows they're out there. It's just so rare that you actually get to see one. Before Shimi showed up that night in my bushes, I had only ever seen ferals on TV and the internet. What's worse, like that night in the woods with Shimi, I know that if a feral doesn't want to be seen, you'd never know it was right there next to you. Not really knowing what I'm doing, I end up at the shops past the park. I have no clue how to find her. It's not like I can walk up to people and ask, "Excuse me, have you seen a one-eyed feral Nico missing a tail?" In fact, I find myself avoiding people, pretending they aren't there. I wander, finding myself more and more moving in the long shadows, acting as a part of the scenery, nondescript among that fringe feral existence, dwelling on the hazy periphery of the human world, feeling like a stranger in both. 2.5 minutes to ad break. Yeah, this is feel like it's coming back to that that whole Serenity Prayer thing. Like, is this a problem you can do something about, Mr. Protag? Mr. Nameless Protag? I mean, I would think the only thing he can do, the only way he could possibly have any chance of finding her is if he can make his way back to that shack, really. And it doesn't sound like he's trying to do that. So anyway, moving on. I noticed things I'd normally never see. Small paths between buildings, shortcuts around intersections and bus stops. Places that humans pass by but never pay any attention to, never notice. Places where Nico could be, and visible. I follow the hidden in plain sight paths. For hours, I just walk. The sun hangs still, as if nailed to the sky. It feels like time has gone on without me. 1.5 minutes till ad break. I look into heavily shadowed spots, into alleys, bushes, clumps of trees, praying I'll see her, or a trace of her. I don't. I know I'm ambling, wandering, but not entirely aimlessly. I'm following hope. Oh hey, this scene, that background that keeps coming up. Hey, is that where the OmOneko title comes from? Just didn't notice till now the O's and the M over the word Nico. Here be monsters? Oh, is that what Hiksunt monsters mean? Okay, yeah, that tracks. And Lake Street Subway? Be aware, Nico known in area? Anyway, when my senses return to the human world, the reality is strange and uncanny, like waking up from a dream that has become real. I stand frozen, taking it all in, my mind rejecting what I'm seeing. Blinking several times doesn't change the picture. Hey, he noticed it? Yeah. Yeah, but it is the logo, yeah. Yeah, restricted area, do not enter others' personnel only. Okay, danger, rats keep out. Yeah, ad break is imminent. Yeah, maybe I'll just get a jump start on that again. I'll be right back. Yeah, I never know when the ad break is going to start. It just the timer runs out, and then like half a minute later, then the ads start. I never know what's going to happen. Anyway, I'll be right back. And I'm back again. It is like surely he won't go back into the subway to find Shimi. I mean, we'll see. Um, like, I sort of have to assume that some significant event is going to take place here. This background has appeared multiple times before, but always like hazy as an incidental thing, as a like some kind of framing device. Also, the music is stopped, which carries a note of ominousness in itself. Um, so this is sinking feeling that something significant's about to occur. We'll see. I mean, it says danger rats keep out. I guess the rat's gonna become significant again. Anyway, mind rejecting what I'm seeing. Blinking several times doesn't change the picture. Our town never had a big subway system, but it had one, back when they thought this town was going to grow a lot more than it ever did, back before the factories were forgotten and left to rot. Too expensive to maintain, not enough people using it to justify keeping it open. That's what they told us anyway. Now, well, public transportation happens above ground by bus and train, but the subway, the tunnels and tracks, it's all still down there. And squarely before me is an entrance to the old underground. It's like I've had my eyes closed, wandering disconnected from time, and like the toss of a coin, just moving in seemingly random directions, but ending up at this place. I've never been here before, and yet it is hauntingly familiar. Again, what's that comment about maybe they're telepathic? I don't know. Maybe Shimi beamed the image of this place into his mind? I don't know. The long, unused stairway, now inaccessible by the closed gate, chain, and padlock, the weathered metal signs, all deter exploring. Still, I know I could squeeze through. It's like they intentionally left the gap big enough, discouraging access in theory only. Well, I know I could slip down those stairs and into the concrete world below. I know that a pharaoh would, but because there are rats down there. Yeah, this is already feeling like really dangerous. I mean, not just because of the ominous music, but like you spent this whole game hyping up the fact that rats are huge in this world. They're ROUSs, rodents of unusual size, and I don't know, just going into this dark, dank subway alone without even letting anyone know you're going there. Is he even prepared? Like, does he? I don't suppose he has a flashlight or something, does he? Because it surely won't be lit down there if it's abandoned and closed. Anyway, moving on. Not a place for Nico to live, but ripe hunting grounds. Is this where Shimi went to get the rats she brought home? My heart beats quickly at the prospect of completely submerging into the cold darkness of that place. It's as close as I could get to her world, easily slipping into a realm avoided and forgotten by humans. A strange second world of only rats and cats. But a very real fear chases any romanticized notion out of my head. I'd be the prey down there. The rats would feel me cluelessly stumbling through their lair, blind. I'd be their meal. I'm already moving away. Again, the pain of being away from Shimi clouds any sense of a plan. Tormented, I just keep moving. Like an addict searching for a fix, I move with an aimless determination. Far from home, along the river, through areas slowly being reclaimed by nature, I'm pulled by a mystical divining rod, drawn along the trails of her. But the trail is not a straight line. The sun wanders above me. I stray through the maze below. Yeah. I mean, if he wanted to find that shack that she holed up in, and it's not clear if he is looking for that. It was near an abandoned factory. Like, even if he was completely lost and had no idea where it was, there should be ways to track it down, or at least narrow down his search. I don't know. He's just it just sort of feels like he's he's just wandered out into the world and is relying on coincidence-based storytelling. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. Straight through the maze below. I momentarily get the feeling I'm being watched. It feels good. Then, once again, my eyes refocus. I recognize this place. Random crow sound there. A post-apocalyptic and alien world. Glassless windows and doorless entryways, crumbling brick mill and cannery buildings, and long empty shelves of warehouses. A broken landscape devoid of life. A ruinous place populated by a vacant, quiet, unnatural, and endlessly strange. Only a short distance away are the thin woods sporadically littered with trash. Between the buildings and trees is the overgrown parking lot. Despite the fatigue, I move quickly through the fossilized remnant of the town's past. I can't stop myself from running. Home. Okay, so he did find his way there. Coming upon Shimi's shed, I can taste her on the air. My heart races. How the hell did I get here? Part of me is convinced that I'm asleep, that this is a dream, and right before I get inside the shed, I'll wake up, but I don't. Stepping inside, the rot, damp, and mold assail me, seeking to choke me back inside with their earthy reek of decay. The shed is in much worse shape than I remember, ready to collapse upon itself. It feels tiny now, so much smaller to the point I question if it's the same shed. Unreliable narrator? I don't know. I'm wondering if... whatever, I'm just going to move on. But this is the right place. Shimi is here even though she isn't. I can feel her. Of course it's her shed. The faded pages of magazine hanging on the wall confirm it to me. It's claustrophobic, and yet I feel I could so easily get lost in this tiny space. So I do. Beneath the mildew, past the dust and fetid earthen redolence, the intoxicating invisible perfume of Shimi's presence prevails. Traces of her, vestiges, her marks, ghosts of her scent, her lingering echo. The shadows of the old shed, the ceiling, walls and floor, the tarp, all hold a memory of her. A quiet version of her, like the faintest whisper, diluted by time, but I can still hear it with every fiber of my being. Madness. I'm not crazy. That sounds like something a crazy person would say. My thoughts are too flowery, too poetic. Being here teases me with the promise of her, making me miss her all the more. The pain that's been quietly eating a hole in my gut is renewed. It rages at her absence, but I don't leave. As bad as the yearning is, this small piece of her is better than none at all. I fall onto her tarp. The ragged remnants of canvas is mildewed and earthy, and I don't care. I hold it close against me and clutch at the wisps of Shimi. The many times she curled up here, wrapped herself in it. The coarse, damp canvas barely staving off the weather. I feel her as if her essence were sewn into the fabric. As my tears mingle into her tangible memory, adding dampness to the musty cloth, that everything else melts away. Laying here covered in grime on the edge of both the human and the feral worlds, either my madness consumes me or some strange clarity, because I finally understand. Shimi went from avoiding the human world to being shoved into the heart of it, completely reliant on it, reliant on me. And doing so, in saving her and bonding with her, I spoiled her, in the same way that Pepper and Claudia are forever spoiled, but so much worse. She's Eve, having bitten the apple, cast out of Eden. Ignorance was bliss. For the first time, she found herself aware, considering things, contemplating things, something she had never done before. That's what Claudia was trying to tell me. Roused. And when that happened, when she became Shimi, parts of her world effectively became invisible to her. Her senses and instincts permanently weakened, and now, because of it, she feels out of place. That's what Shimi lost, what she's been looking for all this time. Again, Protag is continuing to project thoughts and feelings onto her. Making all kinds of assumptions based on scant evidence, in my opinion, but whatever. I did this. Regardless of the circumstance, regardless of the necessity, I've taken that innocence, that indifference from her. I roused her, woke her up, polluting her perceptions and corrupting her instincts. Maybe you should stop playing? I'm not sure what you mean by that comment. I mean, I'm gonna plow on. What is this comment here? Maybe you should stop playing. Is there something about my commentary that's bothering you or something? Anyway, moving right along. Pulling her perceptions and corrupting her instincts. To save Shimi, I killed the feral. As valuable as I am to her, her world is now forever and fundamentally incomplete, and loss isn't made up for by me. You brought me here, trying to connect both our worlds, hoping one would fill the gaps left by the other. You just don't seem to be connecting. I feel bad. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Only now are you feeling bad about me not connecting with it? Excuse me. Sorry, my throat's very rough all of a sudden. Pops Manny, what are you doing, man? This is like the actual best part. He can't stop now. I mean... Sorry. Was not forever and permanently incomplete, and the loss isn't made up for by me. You brought me here trying to connect both our worlds, hoping one would fill the gaps left by the other, but it didn't. I couldn't. Even though I felt the psychological torment Shimi is going through, I'll forever remain incapable of understanding or completely empathizing with what Shimi is missing, because no one can. And she changed me too, peering into her world, bonding to her. It opened up some different way of seeing for me, paying attention in a way I never knew how. A trade where my world now is different, more and also less complete. She has spoiled me. And gave up a rib for Eve. How much of yourself are you willing to give up for this feral? Shimi. We are bound, but she will live with the yearning, surviving as she always has, enduring as she always has, whereas I will grieve every day. The realization, the knowledge, and understanding makes none of this easier. I hold the ragged tarp and allow my eyes to close. For that moment, the tarp is Shimi, and I hold her tightly to me once more. Yeah, well, So sorry if I made you feel bad, Batty, by not connecting the way you seem to want me to. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, maybe I should reserve comment for the end. This feels like it's coming close to an end of some sort. um, but I mean, there are a lot of thoughts that I want to share about it, but I'm sort of holding off on it because I want to see where it's going first. But yeah, no, I'm not going to stop. Like, I've come this far. Like, we're 6 streams deep into this thing. Why would I stop? Okay. Anyway, moving on. The pervasive nothing fills my vision. The earthy damp overwhelms my senses, and a small panic builds inside me. I'm blind! The thick darkness slowly retreats enough for the scene to reveal itself to me. The brief panic subsides and I recall where I am. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. He doesn't even have his phone with him. I mean, I made the comment earlier, I don't think he brought a flashlight with him. Like, he doesn't... like... You know, modern phones can act as a makeshift flashlight. He doesn't even have that for lighting purposes or for emergency purposes. Anyway. The thick darkness slowly retreats enough for the scene to reveal itself to me. The brief panic subsides and I recall where I am. The sun is set, and the heavy blanket of night has enveloped the shed. The dank and weathered tarp Shimi used as her blanket. I'm still wrapped in it, still clutching onto it. In what could be called the doorway, the feeling of being atop a high building hits me with a kind of vertigo. Stepping back into the wild is like stepping off the ledge. My body resists. I consider leaving something so she'll know I was here. That's assuming that she's still using this shed at all, which we haven't confirmed. Yeah, sorry. I'm sort of half wondering if maybe I should give the commentary I was thinking of saying now instead of after the end. Maybe there's some benefit in saying it when Maddie's here, but ultimately, I think probably better if I just go on. I'm just gonna go on. I consider leaving something so she'll know I was here. The undeniable emptiness in my gut convinces me that I already have. I don't know where she went. I just know that she is not where I am, and that bites me to the bone. I should go home, but how can I? More than heartbreak, a chunk of my soul, a piece I called Shimi, has been torn from me by the roots. I miss her with every fiber of myself in a way that I know is unhealthy. Oh, you're just now realizing it's unhealthy, eh? Don't feel bad, Maddie. Not everyone connects right away. Yeah, lovely. I'm trying to drink more water too. Okay, moving on. But I'm desperate because I already feel it waning. The pull to her is thinned from yesterday, slightly weaker from even earlier today. I'm losing her. Collecting myself and all of my remaining hope, I allow the craving to drive the burning muscles of my exhausted legs and push on. Cough drops? I don't have any such things. I generally, as a general rule, I try to avoid taking like medication if I can help it. I don't have any cough drops in the house. Anyway. Ricola, yeah. Ricola. Natural honey. Before, the sky looked like a ceiling holding everything in. Now it appears empty, the void that it is. Empty and mocking, endless, these stars are useless to find her. Walking aimlessly for hours through the silent town, I'm back amongst the still occupied part. My feet are burst blisters, my legs hot slag, but it's all muffled by the dull and constant heartache of being without her. A dogged obstinance I've never known before is the sole reason I don't stop moving. But there's neither hide nor hair of her, no trail, and the connection to her now feels completely one-sided. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was just a dream. No, I can't believe it wasn't real. Or maybe I refused to? I don't know anymore. I was so certain about our bond, but now maybe she's just too far away for me to feel it. Instead of shoring up hope, this thought dejects me further, stopping me in my tracks, making me feel even more lost and alone. The ambience of the night only mocks my pathetic attempt to find her. I feel the bus before I hear it or see it, something Shimi would be able to do. The bus approaches. I ended up in front of its stop. The lighted banner tells me it's the crosstown and it's heading back towards my house. It will stop near the shops, near Lind and the restaurant where that waitress works. Quick look at the schedule at the stop tells me I'm a long way from home, and this is the last bus of the evening. In my heart, I know I won't see Shimi tonight. She's not just walking in the shadows of her world, amongst but parallel to the human one, but she is also physically far away, which is why I can't feel her and why our connection is vague and frayed. Still, The cold heat tightens on my heart and urges my legs to press on, demanding that they defy the notion of giving up or giving in. I've reached the crossroads. Oh, think I got a choice? No. The bus groans to a stop and the doors, like gates to another dimension, open to me unceremoniously. The sound reeks of defeat, of finality. Yeah. Walk home or take the bus home? We're getting a choice here? I mean, I'm presuming that take the bus home just does just that, and we go home and abandon our search for Shimi, whereas I'm sort of presuming walk home carries some small chance of running into her again, and therefore more content. Um, so I'm gonna go with the walk home option. You know, in for a penny or in for a pound, yada yada yada. I didn't consciously choose the Shimi route, but that seems to be the way I'm going. So what the hell? So it begins, you say? So you say? Um, all right, let's walk home. I can't see the driver, but I feel his empty stare. When I don't step onto the bus, an unappreciated confusion breaks his monotonous routine. A moment later, the hinged doors, the portal back to the human world, screech closed as the bus lurches forward and lumbers away. Even though I'm far from home, I can't yet leave. I still have a foot in this shrouded feral world. Once I step out of it, I don't think I'll ever find it again. My aching legs carry me forward. I push on, fighting for my lost cause. I'm awake now, roused. I don't want to go back to sleep. Continuing, I find myself avoiding the streetlights, seeking the path that is shadowy and less defined by the straight lines of pavement and asphalt, trying to follow some trail neither etched in stone nor written in sand, but somewhere between. After a while, I break from the daze. I can't shake the feeling that I am being watched. Unlike earlier, it is not a good feeling. Something's coming. Quickly stepping deep into the shadow of an alleyway, pressing against the wall, I feel it getting closer. Moments later, a police car drives by. With its passing, the concern fades. It's perplexing. Why was I worried about something like that? I'm not breaking any laws or doing anything wrong. It's what she would have done. It's the mindset, the bond to Shimi, being in the human world, but not of the human world. This makes me smile, but the smile is thin because I am of the human world. I continue my search, knowing it's in vain. The soft pink and tangerine wisps of morning spoil the starlight. It chips away at the darkness and capturing the night at the far edge of the sky, tucking stars away one at a time in looming anticipation of another day. My much too fancy thoughts prove my wildcat is still a part of me. Likely she always will be. Oh, you just now acknowledging that your thoughts are too fancy? It's, I mean, this entire scene has been basically nothing but purple prose. Anyway, moving on. I mean, as much of this game has been, but whatever. There is nothing in the bushes, neither a huge rat nor a familiar feral. I remain alone with the hollow and haunting darkness of my thoughts that the breaking dawn can't chase away. A figure stands in the doorway. Claudia. She's been watching out the window for me. Not asleep? No, not asleep. She shakes her head simply and gives a resigned smile that fades too quickly. For a moment we stand and I let her regard me with her worried stare. She follows me to the sofa where I more collapse than sit, my legs all too eager to be done. I didn't understand what you were trying to tell me, Claudia. Now I do. Shimi's unable to return to her blissful ignorance. We woke up a part of her she doesn't understand. And now she has to find out who she is, discover what she has become. That's where she went. All we can do is, well, If you love something, you have to set it free, right? Yeah. Claudia places a comforting hand on my thigh. Her eyes drift to the window where Shimi used to keep her can of crushed tomatoes. It seems I wasn't the only one that grew attached to her. Shimi is out there in her world, we're here in ours. But there was a place where we overlapped and for a short time came together. It's my turn to hug Claudia. I'm very grateful we met her. If I had to do it all again, I know I wouldn't change a thing. We gaze at the window together. Tea. Yeah, good idea. Come on, Klaus, let's make breakfast. Time passes. Dreams fade. The cuts on my wrist, neck, and the back of my head heal. New routines become the new normal. The mundane distractions and daily chores allow you to forget, mostly. Or at least let you move on as you do, reinforcing the closure of a part of your life that is forever over. A part to become filed away as memory, even though it changed you in ways you'll never fully comprehend. Pepper found my phone. I hardly spend any time on it anymore. Well, besides returning Mom's missed calls and messaging with Goro, it's great that he got stationed at the local base, even though he's... Wait, did we find out what Goro's message was? Even though he's, busier than a one-legged man in an uphill ass-kicking contest. But he wants to come visit as soon as he gets time off. The army is less fun than he hoped it would be. It's weird that he got rid of his car. There's something he's not telling me, but I'm sure I'll find out eventually. Shimi never came up. I don't know how I'd tell him about her. What Shimi and I had is almost impossible for me to understand, let alone trying to explain to someone else. Any attempt to put words to it would only lessen it somehow. Defining it would diminish or dispel the magic of it. Pepper and Claudia have moved beyond tolerating each other, and we're a pretty good team now. We come together when getting ready to eat, do story time, or play a board game. I'm less boring now. I'd like to think that anyway. I walk every day to the park or shops, rain or shine, even if it's only to buy a package of noodles or a can of crushed tomatoes. I still wonder... Whoops. I pushed the button too quickly. I still wander. That change hasn't left me. But my journeys are mine. There's no raging need to seek out Shimi in the wild or visit her tool shed. Instead, I just explore, allowing the wind to take me where it will through the civilized parts of my world. I'm in a lot better shape now because of it. I know my mind is in a better place, my mood too. It's amazing how a little regular exercise can improve you. For a time, Shimi made our world better, more complete. I think if I try to improve as a person and hang on to the changes she helped me with, then all that happened won't be wasted. Staying as I was before I met her, that would be an insult to all we experienced together. From time to time, and out of nowhere, I find myself thinking about her, when I have the occasional fancy or deep thoughts. As always, I flood back into the cold present and into my senses and myself. Pain and heartbreak threaten once again to overwhelm me, but I can't let it. That part is behind me now. But when it's raining, that's when I think of her the most. Some time later. Oh, another time skip. A little firefly. Today was a good day. Normal. I spoke with Mom on the phone, spent time playing bounce with Pepper, and Claudia helped me with dinner. I finally gotten caught up with the finances, so tonight we celebrated with a great dinner. Then we played a game together, and I read some Sin Kitty. I even did the voices. Pepper finished her shower, and I took a quick one afterwards. Another day behind us now, another night ahead. I thought about going for a wander, but I really like doing those in the late afternoon or early evening. Since it's late, I decided to save that for another day. I'm planning what to do tomorrow to ensure it's not a wasted day when... You know that feeling like someone is watching you? The hair on my neck leaps to attention. I'm frozen. I know she won't be there, but I need to look. I have to. I've been through this so many times, so much false hope, so many disappointing outcomes. I was doing so well, and now I feel I'm back at the beginning, like a relapse. Finally swallowing, getting it over with, I allow myself to look outside. ... Nothing. Only my imagination and sad reflection in the glass stare back at me. and Shimi's tune. This is like Shimi's song, right? Anyway, I try and stare down my reflection as a bitterness fills the back of my mouth. I swallow it away. Bitter is not how I ever want to remember her. I turn my back to it. Things are just what they are. Ghosts haunt. It's what they do. If burying myself in platitudes gets me past this moment, then I gladly will fill my head with them. But that feeling that someone is watching you, it persists. Like a song you can't get out of your head. The feeling worms its way to the surface, pushing aside all other thoughts. In spite of myself, I turn again to the gaze out the window at the bleak, empty darkness. There's nothing there. Nothing. Only emptiness stares back. But it's just a phantom. Nothing more than another hallucination. Then, is this real? I'm terrified because it feels so real, but I know it can't be. Can it? The ghost becomes corporeal. Shimi appears. Stepping forward, she stands ablaze in the moonlight, gripped in her primal stare. I see her. I do see her, because she wants to be seen by me. A surge of energy, a bolt of lightning, leaps from both of us, connecting us. The sheets of glass can't hold back the heat. We feel each other completely, causing that small weird smile to erupt on her face. That smile, an impossible to open lock, unlatched just for me. Shimi? Shimi. Her voice breaks a spell. I turn and run full speed to the door, nearly tripping and crashing into the wall. My heart is a jackhammer. This is the other sweater that he mentioned. Fling the door open, Shimi Shorttail is already there waiting for me, the vestige of her tail raised, her blue eye bright and wide, her weird little smile with the chipped tooth all for me. Her focus eagerly dances around my face as she softly takes me in. She's dirty again. Her smell smells of earth and grime and sweat. She's very close. I stand very still, unable to convince myself this isn't just another dream. Placing her hands on my shoulders, the electricity as she touches me seems to charge my soul. We spend forever just looking into each other's eyes. As always, the experience is profound, overwhelming. Tears threaten, my breathing becomes ragged. I missed you. So much. I barely managed to squeak, finally allowing my hands to touch her and myself to believe Shimi is here, she's real. She pulls herself close, our bodies nearly touching, almost a hug, but not quite, always the tease of her. She traces my features with her fingers, my lips, my eyebrows, my ears, only inches apart. Her body's soft heat assails me through the cloth of my old sweater, caressing me in the undeniable intensity of her. The joy overflows the long entrenched doubt as a raging flood. Shimi whispers something at me. She moves both of her hands to my face, watching the tears trickle down my cheeks, then looking directly at me, making sure I'm seeing what she's saying. She speaks. Shimi, here. Who's that trumpet? That's different. Home. Her hands still my face, tears leap towards her, and my sobs come without shame. I know that my wildcat will roam, and that this isn't the last time she'll disappear on me, but I also know that it's okay, because no matter where she goes, this is where she will always find herself coming back to. The place that is forever now the center of, and an immensely important part of her world. This house, our home. A feral and a human, parallel lines, paths that are fated to never cross, impossible to connect, yet somehow, despite no commonality in language or ideals or perspective, we have found an unlikely place where we fit together. Shimi then steps back, studying me with her weird little smile. Actually, you're getting better at it. She holds her arm out for me to examine, even though it's completely healed. I laugh. Of course, yes. I take her arm in my hand and gently run my fingers across the scars, drawing goosebumps and forcing a quick inhale from her. I kiss the scar on her arm and she purrs. Our foreheads touch. She rubs her face against mine. Welcome home, my wildcat. Let's get you a bath. When did he take that picture of her? Shimi does come back with baggage. 2 bags, in fact. Oh, the 2 bags again. A plastic recycling bag that spent some time on a roof, and a stained canvas shopping bag. 2 bags containing everything she's ever owned, gathered from her many stashes. Shimi. Home. The Shimi end. Well, there you go. That's it? That's the end? Hixunt Monstra? Here be monsters. There you go, Maddie. There's the credits. Maddie D, Ompal, Diablo Graves. Musical direction, Billionaire. Oh, there I am. Tormuse. I'm listed under also. Oh, playtesting, right. Thanks, Dunn Kruger, okay. Any explanation of OmOneko being an allegory for racism, sweatshop work, immigration, what? Ah, shoot. Okay, it just faded out. I wasn't quick enough. Too small text and went by too quickly for me to read it all. I'll have to pause it later. Congrats, woohoo! Check your Discord. We'll do. We'll do after the stream. Oh, I got an achievement. Where the heart is, Shimi's root. Okay. As in the expression "home is where the heart is." Sent you that chunk. Okay. Yeah. I couldn't read all of that text before it fully went by, but it looked like it was saying that any attempts to connect this with like sweatshop work, sex slavery, and weeabooism and all that stuff is solely on you, the audience. Like, which, okay, yeah, fine, guilty as charged, I guess. Guys, you finished a route? Yeah. Click extras or chapters? I mean, okay. I click on chapters. Act 1, Shimi, question mark, question mark? Well, I mean, like, the natural assumption would be that the question mark would refer to Claudia and Pepper for their, you know, respective routes. So there's also a question mark scene here, which is, I'm pretty sure this set of question marks is from the tag your it. I believe that's the scene where Protag gets stuck with Pepper in the first place. Therefore, the question marks, because there was a choice there where it's like you know, pay attention to Pepper or take a moment to collect your thoughts. And I'm guessing that this missing scene is for the collecting your thoughts thing. And then, yeah, the fact that there are so few question mark scenes suggests, as I suspected or speculated, that the choice to represent brief divergences and then the narrative reunites again. Yeah, like if Shimi died, like if there was you know, an actual option to just put Shimi down, that I would sort of assume that there would have to be a considerably larger divergence. So I'm sort of in a state of suspecting that if you choose the option to put her down, it just means you don't get Shimi's route, but he still doesn't put her down, and she lives anyway. Maybe she just runs off on her own, and the story continues. I mean, no, that's just speculation on my part. Maybe it should have been a bit slower. Ah, well. Oh, you mean the credits? I mean, yeah. I mean, there was no way I was going to be able to read all of that. It was a lot. It was a lot of. It was a hefty wall of text, very small text that went by far too quickly to read. I mean, or at least too quickly for me to read as I was at the rate that I'm reading out loud. I mean, if I was just reading in my head or whatever, maybe yeah. I was able to skim it in any case. Deal with this or smoke break? Are you making suggestions of where I should what I should select? I'm not going to spoil it. See, the cretroll.txt is in the file too. Oh, okay. But anyway, yeah, like, so. Oh, I can just click Shimi. Oh, okay. So this. Okay, so. Oh, okay. So there's Act 1. 3 is a magic number. Okay, so if I'm more bored. Yeah, so if I'm reading this correctly, like I don't remember I don't know which of these chapter names is which. But I get the definite feeling that Act 1 it comes up to the time when you've got all three of you together, and then whatever choices you make in that time lock you into whatever route, and then there are no more choices after that, or fewer choices at least. That's sort of how I'm interpreting this. Anyway, yeah, okay. So, shoot, there's an outbreak coming up in 15 minutes, but I do want to give some thoughts here. Let's see. Yeah, so again, Batty, sorry if I didn't connect it the way you wanted me to. I would have thought by this point, through simple, powers of pattern recognition, you might recognize that I. No, I'm kidding. But what do how do I express this? I mean, thoughts? Okay. Oh. Like I get what you're I get what you're going for in the Shimi route, like with Protag's purple prose speculating out loud about what Shimi's thought process are and what she thinks and feels and so on. That whole you tamed her and she's you're responsible for her now. The whole the Little Prince reference, that old story, and the whole struggle that Shimi allegedly experiences with figuring out what she wants to do. Okay. As for connecting with it, okay. I mean, first off, what can I say? Like, first off, I'm sort of not on board with the whole Protag forming romantic slash sexual relationships with the Nikos from the get go. You know, like that whole thing just already makes me feel uncomfortable from the start. Like it's like whatever. I mean, I'm gonna read my way through the story anyway. Um, see where it goes. So, like it has you know, there are plenty of emotive moments. Like I can um you know, I can empathize with to a degree with Protag's um you know, the feeling of loss and longing. Someone who's important to him um has gone away and whatnot. Um, um, what am I? Sorry, hold on. Yeah, it's fair. The start does color your perception of the rest of the story, and any subversions of such or changes, if not complete in character, may not be enough to change that perception. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that's the thing. Um, I guess I came into this hoping that there was going to be either some subversion of expectations or some kind of deconstruction of the trope uh, surrounding. I mean, we made the comparison to Avatar or Dances with Wolves or Pocahontas. You know, these two characters from different worlds coming together. Um, Yada yada yada. Um, what am I trying to say? Yeah, there's no there was no subversion of expectations. There was no deconstruction. It was just an example of the thing. Um, and I don't know, like that the lingering discomfort and so on that accompanies that never really went away. I can empathize with the main character up to a point, but it's uh, like I'm sorry, like it's still he still has an unhealthy obsession with someone he just met, basically. I mean, we don't know how much time passed. Uh, it I don't know the way it's framed by the narration of the internal monologue. Like it just feels unhealthy. I can I can understand. I can relate to the you know, 'cause in a sense of this is you know, an expression of emotions of the character. Um, Hell, what am I saying here? Um, um, I, okay. I guess what I'm trying to say, like I'm trying to, okay, language is so imprecise. It's hard to put feelings into words in general. It's hard to, um, what am I trying to say here? Um, I'm also conscious of the time because there's going to be another ad break coming up in 5 minutes. Like I'm trying to put my finger on what it is that stops me from having a connection, as you put it, Maddie. Um, I mean, part of it is just like, again, like my own personal biases. As I like to say, everyone has their biases. Not everyone is aware of their biases. Like, I try to be aware of my biases, and I'm biased in the direction of um, like recognizing sexism in the world, recognizing um, the need for uplifting women's voices, recognizing the objectification of women, um, you know, subjects that cause discomfort in me, and like this game, like the narrative and Protag's internal monologue does a lot of objectifying the other characters, sexualizing them, and without ever really broaching the subject of like the inherent power imbalance, the societal divide. It's like even when he does consider um, like some kind of relationship with them, it's only through the lens of what will people think of me, what effect will this have on me, and like not the feelings of the woman he is supposedly in love with. Um, I mean, he sort of comes around to considering her feelings at the end, but it's still, um, it's still kind of what am I? Yeah. It's like in his mind that power imbalance never goes away. Um, he still right to the end thinks of them as less than him. Um, and it's just it's an uncomfortable relationship dynamic to me, and it makes it hard to relate to Protag for me, if that makes sense. One thing I would say regarding the power imbalance, Shimi's route is a little unique among the three in that, yes, there is an overall kind of idea that in the world, but in this particular relationship, notice that anytime it comes out of anything more than his thoughts, it does get subverted pretty hard, like grabs your wrist and causes it to bleed if you initiate unwanted physical contact. Hard, like she can also just leave anytime she wants and he can't do anything about it. Hard. Um, yeah, there is that, but that that's kind of undercut by the fact that she ends up coming into his bed anyway, and ends up coming back to him repeatedly anyway, and right at the end comes back to declare his home to be her home anyway. So those moments that you're describing there, Diablo, don't feel like subversion. They feel more like um, they still feel like they're there to titillate the audience, you know, for the part of the audience who wants someone a little wild, who wants someone who's going to scratch at them and make them bleed during sex, you know, because some people are into that. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel like a subversion or deconstruction. It just feels it's just an example of the thing. Um, so those details that you're mentioning there, Diablo, don't make that overall discomfort go away. That I'm describing. Yeah, so she doesn't come back for the sex. She comes back for the relationship, and she chooses to do it on her own. Yeah, there's that. Absolutely, she does demonstrate some agency, so that's cool. Um, um, but it, I'm not denying I'm not saying that Shimi never has any agency in the story or anything. She does make choices along the way, um, but it also just kind of it still feels like I don't know. It still feels like it's just example of the thing. It's playing into the fantasy of having someone who's wild and yet keeps coming back to him. You know? Yeah, I understand that it still feels weird. Yeah, yeah. Instantly, ad break is imminent. Rather than having it interrupt me in mid sentence, why don't I just get a jump start on that and start the break now? I will be right back, and I will resume. Oh, here, the ad break has started. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Oh, gotta go to bed, night everyone. Okay, have a good one, Batty. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you're not terribly disappointed in my reactions. Anyway, let me get back to what I was saying. Um, like, I don't want to sound all negative all the time or anything. As I said before, like, Shimi does have, um, you know, like she has a vivid character as expressed in the narrative. You know, like there are all strong hints and more, you know, more than hints of her having her own inner world, which is, you know, separate from Protag. Um, you know, and which is, you know, it's a kind of thing. It's difficult to convey in um, in a character who basically has no lines or almost no lines. Um, you know, so I can appreciate I appreciate um, that aspect, that you know, the writing and so on. um, that's cool and all. Um, but you know, what's this? But yeah, it's also a bit of a difficult project because of the wonky nature of communication, and as I pointed out earlier, do spend a lot of time in the head of a guy who isn't a perfectly reliable narrator. Yeah. Wonky nature of communication. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I mean, like even like Claudia and Pepper speak in very broken English, and Shimi like like she says what, 3 words? Four, I guess 4 words in the whole thing. um, but yeah, um, yeah, basically, I don't want to like I don't want to say make it sound like I mean I'm all negative all the time or anything. Like it's like there is some interesting writing and interesting characterization in there. Um, it's just that as far as romance stories go, this this isn't the kind of romance I would go for, you know, where you got this just uncomfortable dynamic. I mean, it's not like the most problematic thing I've ever read, right? Like I've seen worse, which is really dabbing it with fate praise, but you know, it's uh, sorry. There was an attempt to do a lot through gestures, expressions, reactions, etc., but those can easily be misinterpreted. Yeah, yeah. What kind would you go for? I mean, I think I've already expressed that repeatedly. Like, um, I mean, at the very least, something with some sense of mutual respect between people and communication. Like that. I mean, that's those. Not that there's anything wrong with having portraying an imperfect relationship in you know, in the media, in a story. Just that I keep, you know, I keep coming back to the power imbalance, but that's most of what makes this whole thing feel icky to me, and it's just continually off-putting, and like, sorry to keep harping on it, but it's not going to stop being uncomfortable to me. Um, you know, no matter how much the narrative or the, you know, Protag's internal monologue um, wants me to romanticize it, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Have you played his VODs? Yeah, but you should go play Torrid's VODs. No, you still need to go through DDLC Plus first, anyway. Yeah, fair. Yes, I have made a bunch of mods for Doki Doki Literature Club. I've made 9 of them so far. That's cool. Opinions are opinions, and I know you approach things from a self-ice. Um, yeah. Yeah. But incidentally, I am not by any means saying that the relationships that I portrayed in any of my DDLC mods are 100% perfectly healthy. I mean, frankly, like my latest big project, Turquoise, is portrays a relationship that has a lot of problems. Um, deliberately so. I mean, I to give, but it serves a purpose. It serves a narrative purpose to give people their respective character arcs, and to hopefully learn to be less shitty people, um, I wasn't gonna say anything. Yeah. No, no, no. Hey, um, uh, um, it's fine if you work through problems. Yeah. Hey, you can go ahead and call me hypocritical for criticizing relationship dynamics in this when there were very troubled relationship dynamics in my own stories. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think part of what gave me difficulty in having the story resonate with me was the fact that we're living in Protag's head the whole time. Um, like that whole final scene where he's wandering over the city trying to find Shimi, checking out her little shack. Um, it gets it gets kind of bogged down in the purple prose. Like I was restraining urge to comment on it at the time, but it's like I don't know. Like by that point in the story, it's like this is just how the protag talks. This is just how he thinks. All these fancy flowery metaphors everywhere. It's whatever. It is what it is. There were a few points where it felt like it was distracting. Like I feel like some of that could have been edited out. That's just my personal opinion. Um, it's fine if you work through runs. He does talk a lot, maybe too much. Entirely fair. Yeah. Um, but yeah, no, like it's it's how do I say this? Um, like and through all that purple prose, it's just it's like all of Shimi's character development. It's not fair to say that all of her character development happens off camera, but that particular scene with Protag talking to himself and reflecting to himself, um, and giving detailed descriptions of what he perceives Shimi's internal world to be. Um, like it ends up feeling a little off because it's like Shimi isn't there to participate in her, like his analysis of her. I mean, I don't know if I'm making sense. Um, it's like sure it got cut down a lot in dev. That's what I'm told. Maddie said that he cut out a lot of stuff in response to my early playtesting of the early demo, which was like a couple years back now, I guess. But I'm reminded of this is going to be a very obscure reference, but the purest mod for Doki Doki Literature Club, since we're talking about DDLC mods. Hold on. Understandable. The idea was that his understanding comes as a mirrored reflection, in that he was changed as well, so his understanding of her comes through his own change, but sure, there are still assumptions being made. Yeah, no, I get that. That comes across. The notion that both of them have been changed. But both have tamed each other, so to speak. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. Like I like it's like the whole they talk about show don't tell. And I personally believe that show don't tell is it's overstated, overused, and it's perfectly reasonable and fine to tell the audience some things sometimes, because there are a lot of things that sometimes just the audience is not going to get unless you tell them, no matter how clearly you show it to them. And like having Protag essentially talk at the audience and tell them the moral of the story is probably the only way you're going to do it. Um, but it still feels like it reminded me of, I mentioned the purist mod for DDLC, specifically the Monica route um, is chock full of the main character MC talking to himself about Monica's situation and not getting her input, and her not having and not weighing in on any part of it. And it's just pages and pages of MC's internal monologue, um, um, speculating and pontificating about Monica's situation. And it's like, how about talk to her? How about involve her in this conversation, in this internal discussion of what her life is and about, and what her wants and needs are, and like it just goes on pontificating about it, like MC pontificating privately to himself about her and her situation. And it's like I mean, like part of the issue is, I mean, I guess we've got a single point of view character. It limits how much perspective you can get from other characters. Um, but like the scene with Protag in OmOneko, in the shack, um, uh, going on about how Shimi feels, or how she must feel. He doesn't say how she must feel. He just like, as if he acknowledging that he's speculating. He just says, "Oh, right, that's how she feels." Um, but I don't know. I don't. Again, I don't know if I'm making sense. Like it feels like, much like Monica in the purist mod, um, like she's not involved in the dissection of her character as he's breaking down her motivations. Um, talking to her in a way like an old person unheard of. Yeah. Um, I mean, and yeah, and granted, in the case of Shimi, there's like limited ability to talk to her. It's not clear if she understands anything, or how much she understands. Maybe she understands all of it. We don't know. Um, we just have Protag's word on it. What her thoughts and feelings are. Um, because he just does so much of it. He lives in his head so much, and just pontificates to himself about what they're thinking and feeling. Um, like so much of the stories is like that. It's I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could rewrite it in a way that makes Shimi a more active agent in that when she's like practically mute to begin with. I'm just saying that it's one of those things that makes it harder for me to engage with it because I want to I like on a general level, if I was going to appreciate a story of romance, I would want the the romantic love interest to be someone who's taking an active part um, in that relationship, in the discussion of the feelings and motivations and so on. And she can't do that. It's very one-sided. It's just Protag again pontificating to himself about what she must be feeling and so on, and what she must want. And part of me kind of wishes he had gotten a different one, but it is what it is. Well, based on what he said before. Eh, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, the thing that I wanted to say before, the thing that I said I was thinking of saying, but I was holding off because I wanted to hold off until after I was finished, um, was I wanted to make the comparison to another game, which I played. I actually it's up on my YouTube channel. Lucy and the Eternity she wished for, I think is the title of the game. Um, yeah, I didn't actually see that. That was before I streamed. I did record it and put it up on my YouTube channel. Um, it was a game that was recommended by Maddie to me. In fact, he recommended it so highly he actually bought it for me, so that because he really wanted to see my reactions to it. And I think I didn't react to that one as well as he wanted to either. um, I don't know. Maddie and I are different people. He gets different things out of different media, I suppose. um, Might like Claudia's, to be honest. I saw that game look cool. But yeah, funnily enough, Lucy the Eternity She Wished For is a game, or it's another visual novel. It's a story about another nameless protagonist. As like as is the trope in these things, whose love interest is an android in the shape of who has the appearance of like a teenage girl, and protagonist teenage boy. So it's set in the near future. Androids are a thing, but she's a more sophisticated than usual prototype or something. And the story of that game is ostensibly about Protag, who's kind of a dick, but maybe learns to be less of a dick in learning to care for his android love interest, and maybe learn to appreciate people who are different from him. Maybe, I don't know. Like it's like he looks down at her because, oh, you're just a machine, but grows to have some affection for her. And in a lot of ways, it's there are a lot of similar dynamics to this, because in that world, androids aren't people. They're just machines. They're just tools. Um, you can use them, discard them, whatever you want. Who cares? Just much like the Nikos in OmOneko are like, you can use them, discard them, you can kill them. Nobody cares. They just they have they have less rights than, like, even in our current world. If someone was going around like killing cats and dogs, like, society would collectively be in an uproar about it. You get animal abuse charges and so on. Apparently, in the world of OmOneko, you don't have to care whether the Nikos live or die, despite the fact that they're seemingly have higher intelligence than cats and dogs, and by all appearance, they're capable of having their own society or whatever. Yep, similar. It seems a similar theme. Yeah. um, so so there's kind of some parallels between Lucy the Eternity She Wished For and OmOneko in the same way. And yeah, and Lucy Eternity, etc. That game also, I'm sorry, I found uncomfortable and off-putting for how we're apparently supposed to feel for this nameless Protag, who again is kind of a dick. Like he's like rude and dismissive to Lucy, up to a level of like in one scene, like he hits her because that's just what you do when machines are misbehaving, which is like yikes. This is supposed to be your romantic stand-in here. So, they gotta get going. Thanks for seeing. Okay, have a good one, Diablo. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to properly talk about Lucy Eternity, etc., without spoiling it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Skip ahead if you're watching. I don't know. I kind of do want to express this, so I think I'm going to have to spoil that. So I don't know if you're trying to avoid Lucy end game spoilers. I don't know, mute me for a bit or something, I guess. So I watched because like after I got through the end of the game, like I played all the way through, got the main bad ending, and then I had to look up a walkthrough to figure out how to get the good ending. Like the good ending still didn't do it for me. Like apparently, Maddie was very moved by the good ending of Lucy the Eternity She Wished For, as evidenced by the way he talked about it. So it sounds like true end. I mean, yeah. Yeah. No, like Maddie, he did a video review which is up on his YouTube channel, and Maddie like gets all tearful and when he talks about the good ending, like it's obviously something that he found very moving, and it just didn't do it for me. Like, because I don't know, we're coming at it from different directions, I guess. Like, yeah, there's no way to express without getting into spoilers. Basically, people can go to yeah. Lucy gets trashed. She gets wrecked by Protag's father. There's a running subplot of Protag has some serious issues with his father, and his father's abusive. It's a whole thing, and his father just destroys Lucy in as punishment or whatever. And then in the bad ending, get a flash forward to Protag. He's basically never talked to his father again, but he moved on, got married, had a kid, and is just kind of generally unhappy with his life. And the good ending, all that's still the same, but it has the added thing that Protag spent years afterward learning how to build androids so that he can fix Lucy and repair her. And and this reveal that when he fixed her, brings her back to life, and she remembers him, was apparently a very moving moment for Maddie, and that after she'd been so mistreated, yada yada yada, now there's someone showing her the love and commitment and dedication that she deserved or whatever. And to me, I had trouble seeing past that the whole the power dynamic difference thing going on, and that it never felt like he was doing it for her. He was he was just doing it out of this obsession, an obsession which consumed his life for years after, because he started as a teenager, and he spends who knows how long, like maybe 10 years. I think doesn't it say how many years? Like nearly 20 years or something. Learning learning all about cybernetics so you can figure out how to fix her. And so this is something that's consumed his life. Like, even though he has a wife and a kid, and he's presumably neglecting them so he can have some cathartic experience with dealing with his teenage guilt from this teenage infatuation with a machine. And it just the whole to me that just came across as like, wow, this guy is obsessed. He has this really unhealthy attachment to his adolescent fantasy, his adolescent crush or whatever, on someone he didn't even really seem to care about at the time, and mistreated and was rude to and dismissive of, and so on. And I don't know, to me, like, it just came across as, again, obsessive. It just came across as psychosis more than someone wanting to do something nice for her, It didn't have the same vibe that Maddie was communicating, And it kind of got worse from there, because the only other possible source of catharsis could have come from the relationship with the father, because again, abusive father that he didn't want to have anything to do with. And there's a flash forward, like in the bad ending, the flash forward is to shift to father's perspective, and him, he's basically a sad and lonely man, and then he learns that his he gets like an android delivers him a letter that says he from his son, saying, "I never want to see you again. We have to go our separate ways." And in the good ending version, Lucy is the one that is the android that delivers the message to him. and other than that, everything's the same. So we don't even get catharsis of I don't know, mending the relationship with the father. He's a sad and lonely man now. And I don't know. I just found that lackluster to me, I guess. Maybe it's because it's resonating different for Maddie than you. Not that it's bad or anything. It's just different. Yeah. Okay, no, that's exactly it. Exactly. Everyone has different influences that shape their lives. Different families and family, friends, different hobbies, interests, different, all kinds of. Everyone's different in every way. Different things are going to mean different things to different people. There's nothing wrong with that. It's normal. It's normal for different people to like different things. I don't begrudge Maddie for having different opinions than me. It's all perfectly fine. I'm just using it as an example because the issue I took with the whole resolution or lack of resolution to the the father son dynamic is that like I have I've have abusive parents myself. I mean, I mean, there's no way to say it except to say it. Like my parents would when I was growing up, they'd hit me if I was did something bad, or but they had loose definitions of what bad means. So and it's that's something that's it's one of those things. It's taken a long time to come to terms with how much that's messed me up. Trauma's a big one, yeah. And I don't know. I just I guess I feel like I might have been happier with the resolution to the father-son arc if there'd been some kind of closure, I guess. But all the closure we get is an absence of closure. So it was just an empty kind of feeling, I guess. So I guess what I'm saying is like I just overall I wasn't impressed by Lucy the Eternity She Wished For. Like all the possible sources of catharsis, all the possible sources of something to get out of the story just fell flat for me. It just didn't do it for me. And Maddie's here getting all moved and teary-eyed about it, and I'm like sorry, I didn't have that reaction to it. Yeah. Sorry to doing. Gotcha. Maybe you don't like unclosed ends. I mean, like open ends don't have to be a bad thing. It just I don't know. It just I guess I didn't get what I was expecting out of it. I mean the way Maddie talked it up, I guess I was expecting something different. I'm fully of the opinion that you can enjoy any media if you go in with the right expectations, So hey, maybe my expectations were too high. Maybe my expectations for OmOneko were too high. Like I spent the entire thing right to the end hoping for some kind of subversion of expectations, some kind of subversion of the classic tropes, some kind of deconstruction of the tropes. But there's none of it. It just went all the way through with it just being a straight dating simulator, where you're dating a non-sentient being who's just there to look sexy for you. Which, I'm overstating and oversimplifying and overgeneralizing. Yes, I know. There is some expression of the in the characters. Shimi has. I did say, Shimi does have some vivid expression of character, and there's some for Claudia and Pepper as well. And yeah. But yeah, I came into some sort of, I had some expectation or hope that there was going to be some subversion of that, and there just wasn't. And I kept holding out to the end, like, is this going somewhere with that? Like, is this going to is it going to turn this around somehow? And it didn't. And but yeah, and Maddie popping into chat and saying, "Oh, maybe you should stop playing." That felt like a real I don't know. I think he was expecting me to get all teary-eyed or something. I mean, I have a feeling that that perhaps is a moment that maybe he got teary-eyed writing it while in the same manner that he did while doing the review of Lucy the Eternity She Wished For. Um, um, yeah. Um, yeah. I hope I hope I'm being like clear and understandable and stuff. Like I'm not. It's not my intention to shit all over Maddie's creation here or anything like that. Like, I can see a lot of work went into it. Um, into the writing, the characterization, the artwork, the coding, the characters popping in and out and moving around and so on. Uh, like it looks like it was a lot of fun to put together. Um, I can appreciate it as a creative work, um, but it's like, I don't know. I just, I just kind of spent the entirety of the runtime feeling icky about it. you know, um, Even though some parts of it are engaging, it's just there's just a lingering discomfort through the running through the whole thing that was never alleviated, and I kept hoping it would be alleviated, and then it didn't. It didn't happen. So it's just yeah, I don't know. It's just disappointing, I guess. Um, it's just not my thing, you know. Um, it's not intended as an insult or slight towards people for whom it is their thing. Um, but the way it's been talked up was maybe led me to think like I think Maddie made a comment in chat early on, something like, "Oh yeah, but DDLC um, has hours of content before before you have the payoff or whatever." Which, yeah, it had less hours of content than this does in its entirety before it gets to that point, and then this just didn't get to that point. um, you aren't crapping on it. I think maybe the expectations might have been part of the cause of the discomfort, kind of pulling you out of it. Yeah. Um. Mm, it's hard to gauge. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what else can I say? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, as I've said multiple times, I did play an early demo of this. I have had a few, you know, snatches of glimpses of uh, um, some like behind the scenes hints of changes and evolutions in the design process as it went on. Um, like there was I do recall a very early message from Maddie that said there was something like there's going to be a route for each of the girls, and there was supposed to be a route where you get back together with Mia and have all three of the Nikos living with you or something, and I'm like, did that completely get evolved out of the story process. I don't see how Mia could possibly get back into the picture. She's just like the way she's portrayed and what I saw. She's just like all toxic all the time. Like she just seemed like a very black and white one note bad guy in this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what could change to make it at all viable for her to come back into it. Well, if you're just looking at a single route in isolation, maybe that's why. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's not impossible that there's plenty of story that I missed out on by making the choices that I did along the way, and excuse me. um, yeah, I don't know. I don't see how Mia could comfortably be brought back into this. um, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if that was just an early design thing that was considered and then dropped, or if it's actually still in there and there's just a lot of material that I missed. Something that something that would turn Mia back into possibly being a good character and not all toxic all the time. Uh, Sounds like Mia changed a lot since then. I mean, if you want to be generous to Mia, like it's possible that like her comments about him, about Protag, wasting away all his time, like either watching TV or looking at his phone, etc., instead of looking for a job. Like maybe it's in her own way was trying to help him to get off his butt and get a life for himself, which is more than just sitting around at home or whatever. Which I can that's like is an understandable thing. It's just she came at it at a really he seemed to come at it from a really hostile way. But yeah, so maybe change the lesson. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. But it's also possible that like there were some original ideas for Mia that just got scrapped somewhere along the way during the design process, like that. Yeah, I don't know. The next question, I guess, has to be like, do I want to try to go back through this and all of the multiple choice points and see if I can see if there's a way to reach the other routes or whatever. But I'm like, I don't know. I sort of feel like just going through Shimi's route to the edge just kind of burned up whatever remained of the goodwill I had towards I don't know. I mean, is there demand for me to try going through the other routes? Like I might consider it if I don't know if it's something that some people want to see, but I guess I haven't clicked on extras yet. Ah, yes. Glossary. Memorial? What do you mean memorial? What's this? This project is dedicated to the memories of Nate, xpnd.dev, and Raven Quirks, who live on in the words and pictures of this visual novel. We miss you guys. Huh, okay. Was two people that passed away during the making of the game? Like to see your thoughts on TBH? Hmm. Yeah, okay. Glossary? Bounce? The game of catch that Pepper and Goro devised where balls bounce hard to the ground so that Pepper can chase, leap, catch it, then throw it back? Cat bread? So these are just definitions that came up in the game? Meter fish is about to get tossed and that markets or restaurants will sometimes get... Yes, this is just defining things that we already learned in the course of the game. Calculating. Nico? Oh, okay. Whoa. Very long description for Nico. Nico dance is a term that came up a lot. Mannerism where a Nico will pretend to ignore something or someone that irritates them, but also steals glances when they think they won't be noticed, often accompanied with pouting. Nico guy? Someone who has a domestic Nico? Okay. Or a strong interest in Nikos, often used as a pejorative, aka cat lady. Darn. I thought for a moment that maybe it was going to talk about male Nikos. We only ever see the cat girls, we don't see cat boys in this. Or even hear them referenced anywhere. And this is reference to the rats. It's world building? Yeah. There's an ad break in 9 minutes. Experts are skeptical of the evidence. Okay. Well, smaller rats, half meter, are well-known. Experts are skeptical of evidence that larger varieties, 1 meter, exist. Regardless, public concerns have forced local governments to act by mandating the use of personal and commercial incinerators as places for trash cans, dumpsters, and food waste disposal systems. Little can be done for the ground-dwelling urban wildlife, but adding nesting sites to metal utility poles has successfully preserved birds and their eggs. The practice of leaving out food for feral Nikos has also been forbidden, both to prevent attracting rats and to encourage the rat's only natural enemy to reduce their numbers through predation. Shimi's root said a few things about it, that they're very rare. Okay. I don't recall Shimi's root saying things about male Nikos. Very lengthy description of Nikos here. Ethology? Nikos are mammals superficially strongly resembling humans except for a tail and a large triangular ears. Their reflexes, flexibility, and behavior are very different from humans. Having no interest in human society, Nikos live in an almost parallel world of their own alongside human towns and cities. They tend to be solitary, avoid humans, and prefer to live in abandoned places and makeshift shelters. Unfortunately, they are occasionally responsible for starting fires, as they prefer their meals cooked and use whatever is available. Wait, really? I just assumed that they were, the feral Nikos were feral and that they just, go and eat rats raw or whatever. I mean, like we've well established in the course of the game that they have, they have tool use. If they're able to start fire, that's that's a level of intelligence. It's well beyond just taking a sharp stick to turn it into a spear. It's mainly when she was indeed on the bed. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I'm conscious of the time because I don't think I want to go through another ad break when I think I'm about ready to wrap up the stream here. But apparently there's a lot of stuff I missed in the library. I mean, there were 4 issues of Sin Kitty? The Nyako Maids, Red Rocket. 4, 7, 10, 11. There are 11 items that I missed there in the library. Yeah, say there's a lot of comics. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not gonna go through all of this right now, but yeah, I don't know. I'll consider if I want to, seek out other routes. Like it's just it's the kind of thing like there were a lot of like disparate choices throughout the thing. I don't know if I want to like without a walkthrough, going through and selecting each one in turn, trying to figure out what leads to what and what influences what. Um, like it feels like it would take a lot of trial and error that I don't really want to put in a stream. Like it's the kind of thing that it would be boring watching me try this and then try this and then try this. Like if I was going to stream it, I think I'd probably want a walkthrough of some kind, or someone letting me know which choices are the significant ones. Can you sleep on it and think about it? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier I was thinking of getting back to the Long Dark, the game that I was playing before this one. Mm. Maybe I need to just do the Long Dark run just as a palate cleanser, and then I'll consider coming back to it. I mean, hey, if anyone wants to leave a comment on this video, I'm gonna put this on my YouTube channel, like all the others. Do Shimi's roots? Hmm? Do Shimi's roots things you first? What? I'm not sure what you meant to say there. I mean, I just did Shimi's roots, so I'm not sure what you meant by that. But yeah, for now, yeah. Now for right now, let's take a look at who's on. Maybe we can raid somebody. Oh hey, Code's on. Coder's streaming Tribe 9 along with Neon. So let's give Coder a raid. I wasn't expecting to see him on right now. This is he's in Germany. It's like 8:30 a.m. where he is. He's got an early morning stream going on. Oh, teaching roots that you missed from the other choices. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, like. Okay, we're just gonna. Let's snooze the ad break coming up. I see what you're saying. Like start from those choices and work backwards. Like, yeah, I don't. That would just it feels like it would be a pain going back and trying every single choice. Like it's something yeah, like it's something I would mind less doing it on my own. Doing it as a stream where people are watching me futz about trying to figure out what option to go where and what to do next and figuring out which parts to read and which parts are redundant because I'm assuming yeah, it is early. Yeah, I'm assuming much of it like interconnects with each other and stuff. And yeah, get that ad. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if someone. I'll think about it. As you say, Cyclone. Maybe something I could just sleep on it and think about it. I probably am gonna come back to the Long Dark next. Maybe I'll revisit this later if you know there if there seems to be reason for it. If there seems to be demand for it. If there's something to think about. But for now, I'm gonna raid Coder, who's playing Tribe 9. It's like role-playing game, gacha game thing. It's very different. This is a bit of a genre shift, but yeah, Code's cool. What else can I say? yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. I think I've probably said all there needs to be said. Thanks everyone for watching. Um, maybe I'll revisit this another day. I'll think about it. But that's all for now. Until next time.